Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City of Placerville and the Placerville City Council regularly scheduled meeting. It is Tuesday, June 8th, 2021, and we had no closed session today, so we will be opening it up fresh right here. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order, and if you would all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much. And Ms. O'Connell, if you would help us with the roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Here.
Councilmember No?
Here.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Here.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mayor Thomas?
I am here. And thank you very much. On to, we have several lists on our agenda that we have nothing to do, but one is ceremonial matters. We'll be talking about that one for our next meeting here in a little bit. Closed session report, City Attorney, Mr. Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was no, as you indicated earlier, there was no closed session tonight, so there is nothing to report.
All right, thank you very much. And if we could get a motion to adopt the agenda, or if there's any additions or changes. Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
You're on mute, Kara.
We're gonna miss this when
Yes, we are.
it's done.
You'll have to just move your lips and not say anything at the regular council meeting.
I'd like to propose that we add an item to 12 of the agenda to consider delaying the termination of the outdoor dining in light of the governor's recent recommendations.
All right, and I see our city attorney, Mr. Driscoll, coming on. I know this is not an agendized item, and normally it requires a 72-hour notice to have it on the agenda. And Mr. Driscoll, how can we do this tonight?
The government code has an exception to the agenda requirements where a matter comes up after the agenda has been posted, and it reasonably requires action before the next council meeting is scheduled. So with those requirements, a 4/5 vote can put this item on the agenda, because as I understand the item, it's a matter of that has come up as a result of the communication from Governor Newsom, which we received after the agenda was posted, and it pertains to an action, a resolution that the council passed, which would terminate the outside dining on June 15th, which is obviously before your next council meeting. So therefore, if you were to take any action on this, you'd have to do it at tonight's meeting. It cannot reasonably wait till the next council meeting after June 15th.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, is there any, no, there's no requirement for public comment on this. Okay, so if there's no discussion, or if there is, please speak up. Otherwise, if we could get a roll call vote to add this to the agenda.
So we're just adding the discussion of outdoor dining to 12, correct? Okay.
So it could be a discussion / action item.
Yeah,
because
that's
if
fine.
we take any action, I just want to make sure it's not strictly related to discussion only. Okay. Any other discussion? Nope. Ms. O'Connell, roll call vote, please, on this.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. So with that said, we actually only voted on that one agendized, now agendized item. So now that it is on the agenda, if we can get a roll call, please, or a motion to approve the agenda as presented with the addition of the one that we had there.
I'll move the agenda with the added item.
Second.
All right, thank you. Ms. O'Connell, sorry for the repetitiveness, but thank you.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. All right, thank you. So we have item 12.1 on the agenda now. Announcements and presentation to the public, brief comments by the city council. I will start with Council Vice Mayor Taylor.
I attended a Caltrans District 3 coordination meeting, which was very interesting just to kind of take a look at the big picture of the district and all the projects that are going on and all the partners that were present. Other than that, I don't have anything to present.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember No.
I just want to make an announcement that the El Dorado Opportunity Knocks Continuum of Care, basically the county homeless group, is doing a survey and wanted to invite everyone to take that survey. If you go to edokcoc.org, that's posted on their website.
I've got a question on that survey, actually.
Mhm.
Is that just if you were previously homeless or currently homeless, or is that for anyone to take? 'Cause
It has two different surveys.
Oh, it does.
One if you were, one if you weren't.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Jackie, is that going to be on our website too? So folks can go?
Cleve, can we do that?
We will add it to our website. Jackie sent that to me today, and I think I sent that information out to you. We will get it added to our website tomorrow. So
Where would we find it on the website if we were to go look?
on our website,
Yes.
well, it's not on there now, so I'll have to look at where we can put that so that it's prominent and they can find it. I'm hoping that I can find a way to put it on the front page so that it'll be rather prominent that it's there. So
All right. Thank you.
If you go to edokcoc.org and just scroll down a little, it's on their front page.
All right, perfect.
That's kind of hard for people to remember.
I know. It doesn't roll off your tongue.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Councilmember Borelli.
Attended the League of Cities meeting and the Fire Safe Council and Transportation.
All right. And Mr. Saragosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Same as Patty, I think all of us were on that League of Cities that we were the virtual host for. So thank you, Mayor, for representing us well. And I think we got a lot of kudos on our broadband discussion. I had to log on to a SACOG meeting, so I left a little early, and at least two of my colleagues on SACOG were like, man, we're behind. Like, we got to, send us your plans because, we want to see what's going on. So I thought that was great. And then I'm going to put Terry on the spot because I just don't have it in front of me, or I do it myself. But I know we have a community cleanup day here coming up shortly, and just wanted to get that information out to the public and they're like what items they can bring.
Sure. The community cleanup is June 26th, which is the Saturday after next, I believe.
2 Saturdays.
2 Saturdays from now. And it's the typical, you can take a look at the flyer on the website for specifics. In past years, we've had recycling of or donation of items with Snowline Hospice, but they still don't have enough staff in order to do those remote drops like they have in the past. So it's going to be limited to refuse, and we're not going to be allowing any appliances or anything with gas or any kind of refrigerant in it. But you can check on the website, and people can call my office at 642 let's see, 5232. So that's it.
Great. And how about e-waste, Terry? Is that allowable for this event?
No, there is not any e-waste allowed either.
Okay, great.
And paint isn't allowed either, is it, Terry?
No, that's correct. You have to take that to the dump site. or the
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Terry. And I apologize. I meant to have the flyer in front of me, and I left it at my office, so not with me. So
No
thank
problem.
you. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, you bet. So like a few had mentioned, we had the honor of hosting virtually. Usually what you have is all these cities from Northern California coming to the city that hosts, and they actually get to tour around and enjoy a lot of the festivities of our city. Patty's been on a few of those over the years, and it's great to get to know other city folk and actually see what's going on in other cities and learn from them. They didn't have that opportunity So we gave them somewhat of a virtual tour, pretty much talking a little bit about some of our successes and some of the things that we're doing here in town. I just want to give you the highlights, some quick highlights, because I know we got a busy meeting here, but we talked to them about our success of Measure H and Measure L. And I know I got a few comments and discussions about our success. And basically we demonstrated how building public trust and doing a tax initiative to improve our roads has really garnered us millions and millions of matching funds dollars that we wouldn't have otherwise had the opportunity to get. And that's a huge thing. And, you know, a lot of that has to do with the efforts of our city engineer and them going out and fighting for those dollars and getting them. And they have done an amazing job for that. And then Cleve did yes.
Dennis, I was just going to mention that I was surprised at that meeting how many folks didn't know about our success, because I was attending those different meetings, you know, when we did pass that, and we were the envy of all the cities then. So there were folks out there that did know about it, and unfortunately, I guess they didn't pass it on, because a lot of them seemed to be surprised at how, you know, well that was received and how we went about doing it.
And in conversations offline with a few of them, because we had a meeting last week, actually I attended as well. Mm-hmm. They talked about how their cities are struggling to pave their roads and repair their roads, and how they're struggling and they're losing ground on keeping up with the road maintenance. And when you do that, you actually lose, you know, tenfold on the cost of the then replacement instead of just repairs on them. We talked a little bit about that as well. And then Cleve did an amazing job. Giving them a report on our progress and our vision and accomplishments on the broadband fiber in our community. And a lot of them, again, were you know, they're really haven't started looking at this yet. And we've been working on this for 3 years, 4 years, yeah,
at least
3 years maybe. And so it's taken a while for us to get our feet under us and figure out how to do this and what direction to go. And we're still doing that. But the long story short is we had a great opportunity to share some of our successes in our community with you know, about 45 other cities that had logged on and got chat. So it was a good day to kind of shine a little light on the city of Placerville. The other thing I'm looking forward to, and we haven't scheduled it yet, and I just want to get it out there, that we will be having an ARPA meeting, or American Recovery
Program Act.
And so that will, I'll look forward to that meeting, discussing how we're going to go about determining how to spend 2.6 or 8 million. 2.6 million of ARPA funds that are restricted to some extent, but there's a lot of flexibility there for us. So we do look forward to that as well. And that is the end of my report. And yes, sir.
Mayor, I just wanted to give some more kudos to you. I know we did the Memorial Day proclamation at our last meeting, but I want to compliment you on the fine representation of the city at the virtual Memorial Day event. I watched that, and very well done. Appreciate you doing that also.
Well, thank you. It truly was an honor to represent the city in that capacity, and to honor those that have given their lives, you know, for our freedom in this country. And I cannot say that enough times. It's just, you know, I can't say that enough. But I'm going to have to stop right now. Move on. But it truly was an honor. With that said, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. And all items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote, unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of all resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Does anybody have any comments or would like to pull any items? All right. I am going to talk about an item that we don't want to talk about, and that is the report regarding the implementation of the new bi-monthly water and water waste rates recommended by our Bartle Wells Associates effective June 16, 2021. And this, Mr. Warren, it's his item. And the only reason I'm kind of bringing this up is that it is the reality of our wastewater system, and it's the reality of what we had to do. What was it, 2008 or 9? And it is one of the things that the city needs to do to keep up with the cost of wastewater treatment, as well as delivering the services to each individual resident. And the costs continue to rise, and our cities, and it is literally our wastewater treatment plant that we have to pay for. And in order to, and it's what's called an enterprise fund, in order to maintain that fund and maintain paying for it, we have to pay the bill. And unfortunately, the state required us years ago to put in a $40 million wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and we're still paying for it, and we still have to continue to maintain it. And in the last year, we've had some significant maintenance done on it, which it isn't necessarily reflective in this rate increase. This rate increase is done by design and over the years, looking at how we need to function. So I just wanted to put that out there. You will be seeing this into the future. I'm not sure which bill it's going to show up on, but you will see it, and it's a reality of having to deal with our poo. So Dave, anything to add to that?
Thank you, Mayor. You covered it well. The first bill these rates will affect will be the September bill.
Okay.
And that's from June 16th through August 15th billing period. And I just want to thank the council and the public for, going along with these rates. I can recall back in, you mentioned 2009, we actually had to notice for 120% increase because we hadn't kept up with our costs, with our rates. And so now that we're caught up, we can do increases more incrementally. And we're hoping the next study we do a couple years from now will show that the increases are even smaller because we're keeping up with our costs. And I would like to say that the good news is our forecast for costs, we're hitting our targets. We're slightly below. So that means there's more money for capital projects and getting ahead even further. So.
It is not cheap maintaining a wastewater facility treatment plant, and we have an amazing staff that works extremely hard to make that happen, and they do a good job of making do with what they have and making sure that the plant is continuously operating and in peak performance. So I want to express my appreciation to the staff and those that are doing that as well. Yes, Patty.
I know Dave's done this before when we had the hearing, but could you, Dave, real quick, tell us how much we still owe on the bill that the 4 million of the $40 million, and how much we pay as a yearly payment each year?
Yeah, that's actually covered in your next report for the budget. We go through the debt service.
Since we're talking about it, that, people are wondering what we're talking about.
Yeah, your loan of it was about $39 million. It's down to approximately $30 million. That payment alone is $1.5 million a year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. One of the things that I'm going to backtrack here, way back to one thing I forgot to mention a minute ago, is that the city, the council will be bringing forward an LGBT resolution for the month of June in our next scheduled meeting. We did not get it on this agenda, but we will be looking at that for our next scheduled meeting. Sorry about that backtrack there, but I just wanted to make sure I got that out. I just got reminded of that. With that said, is there any other comments or discussions on the consent calendar?
Just Mayor, comment on 7.5 as well. I mean, the one, because you're right, and I'm glad you made comments on this. I mean, the only other way to lessen I would assume the only way to lessen the cost of these, and I'll defer to Mr. Warren, but if there's more houses or households that were paying into it, then that would spread the cost across more ratepayers. So you're actually looking at either more development or annexation of houses in order to spread the cost of the current price that ratepayers are paying.
That's a good point. Whenever you grow the pie, it spreads those costs over a larger population. Our plant has a finite amount of capacity, but we do have some capacity to, say, take on an annexation of certain parts of the city that would help add additional revenue to our sewer enterprise fund, so, and our water enterprise fund potentially.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all.
Thank you, Michael. With that said, if we can get, we'll get a motion and then we'll go to public comment. I don't know why we do it that way, but we seem to do that with the consent calendar. So if we get a good motion, please.
I'll move.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, thank you very much. And now we will open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 7. This is the consent calendar.
All right, seeing no hands up, we will go ahead and close public comment at this time and bring it back for a roll call vote, please. Ms. O'Connell.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Aye.
Mayor Thomas.
Aye. All right, thank you very much. All right, moving on, we have item number 8, which is public comment, which is a time certain item at 6 p.m. So with that said, we're gonna table that item until 6, or the first possible opportunity after 6. And then we're gonna move on to item 11, which is our public hearing. And it's a hold a public hearing for the proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 operating and capital improvement program budget proposal, provide any additional input by council, and direct staff to bring back a fiscal year 2021-2022 operating capital improvement program budget for adoption in June 22. And Dave Warren is going to give us a very nicely detailed overview of our budget for this next coming year, where our hits and misses are, and and actually some good news as well. So I'll turn it over to Dave. Hopefully I didn't steal any of your thunder there. All right, and thank you very much, Dave, for putting together this presentation.
You're very welcome, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Good evening, and we do have a presentation for you tonight. I'll go ahead and share the document. Can you see it okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
So this is a follow-up to your second budget workshop that was held on May 20th. And the good news is we have a balanced budget for you. And this budget does actually restore some of the losses we had during the depths of the pandemic. I also have some additional good news regarding our CIP, or Capital Improvement Program funding. And I'll share that later in the presentation. But we will go through the sales tax trends, your general fund budget, all other city fund budgets, your capital improvement program budget, and the American Rescue Plan Act that the mayor mentioned earlier. Jumping right into your sales tax, your Bradley Burns sales tax, which is your general fund sales tax, represents 1 percentage point of the 8.25% we collect here in the city. It is your most significant local economic indicator. It represents 59% of the total general fund revenue. We do have very strong per capita sales tax at $508 in 2020. We actually ranked number 25 out of 539 agencies, and we hope to be number 1 someday. Our quarter ended December 20th. Receipts were up by a little over 34,000, or 2.3% on the cash basis. But if you take into account prior period adjustments where a vendor may have underreported in a previous quarter, they then paid in the fourth quarter, it actually ended up being an $84,000 year-over-year increase, or 5.7%. That compares to statewide on the cash basis of 7.46%. So slightly less based on the statewide trend. When you look at the who contributes what for your sales tax, you can see 2/3 of your sales tax is actually contributed by your auto and transportation, auto dealers and building and construction supply stores, as well as our state pool. And just in the last year, that percentage of the state pool, so that's online sales taxes, grew from about 25% of your pie to about 31%. And I see that trend continuing through the end of this fiscal year. And then you can see the other categories. But when you look at those three categories, the state pool, auto transportations, and building construction, that's real important when you look at this graph where it shows you the growth year over year. And you can see autos and transportation, 3.86% year over year growth, building and construction, 20.35%. And then across over to the right-hand side, state county pool, 23.91%. And then you can see there's winners and losers in between. But good news overall for sales tax during that quarter. And then you can see your trend since 2011-12. We've steadily dug out of the Great Recession. And even with the pandemic, performed pretty well. The red bars indicate actual cash received. The blue bar indicates adjustment for inflation. And then the green bar is cumulative inflation. And you can see what we're forecasting in 21-22, 5.7 million is equivalent to approximately the 2015-16 level. And you can see at the bottom, we have the dollars for you there. We forecast in 2021, a little over 5.6 million, and again, 5.7 million for fiscal year 21-22. And your general fund is really your primary true source of discretionary dollars. It pays for most city services, including public safety, street, parks, and recreation. We did in developing the budget, your budget team, which is comprised of all the department heads and the city manager. We started out with the status quo budget. And what I mean by that is the budget actually from a year ago when we actually were fully open. And so we looked at, for example, Parks and Rec, where that area really got ravaged with the pandemic, was not operating in a great extent, but we're assuming we're back to full operations for the most part. Maintaining existing program delivery to the greatest extent possible. And it does include foreseeable projected impacts, economic impacts. However, I do want to underline that it's based on what we know today. I know there's some crazy inflation going on out there. We all know about the lumber and the groceries and the gas that's gone up. We're hoping that over the next 3 to 6 months, that'll stabilize, but we are monitoring that. And we'll, if we require additional adjustments to your budget, which is a living document, we will recommend additional adjustments through the fiscal year next year. The general fund budget includes a $75,000 contingency for unforeseen expenditures. It also includes a 10% increase in medical insurance. The minimum wage will go up one more time in January of 2022, up to $15, which was past Governor Brown's goal. And that's a 7.14% increase. Full disclosure, our budget only includes pay-as-you-go for retiree medical. We do not budget anything for future pension, or retirement costs there. And then it also does include $156,000 in pension contributions, and that's just based on your regular pension contributions as well as the payment on your unfunded liability. And there are additional dollars included in this budget, but we'll address that later in the budget for pensions. All right, alternative service levels. It's such a funny kind of word or phrase, but these are essentially things that are changing within your budget. That it could be a new position, an enhanced position, it could be a new program, additional services, so on and so forth. And so at your budget workshop, your first one, we showed you all the requests, and this includes just the requests we're recommending funding at this time. And I'll quickly go through these. I know you've already seen these, but in the Development Services Department, we have a code enforcement officer that 50% of that officer was funded by a tobacco grant that is no longer it's going to be discontinued as of June 30th of this fiscal year. So we have to backfill that other 50% through your general fund, and that's a cost of $45,000 and some change. So that's included, as well as there was a recommendation to reassign or reclassify a position. I actually jumped. Let me go back one. Additional temporary clerical contract services. There is a need for an additional administrative secretary, and we couldn't demonstrate funding that position. However, we're recommending $15,000 on contractual services for now, and then at mid-year, take a look at that secretarial position at mid-year after first of the year. And then there's also the reclassification, which was what I was talking about earlier. The existing secretary, reclassifying that as a development technician position, and that's a $2,800 increase. And basically, it's an adjustment in salary. That position would then be a journey level permit, fully the ability of fully issuing permit, the permit process. And so that's a proposal there. We're also restoring, there was 3 positions in the engineering department that due to COVID and budget constraints, there was some voluntary separations, early retirements, and we're now trying to restore some of those positions and do some tweaking, hopefully get ahead in some of these positions. So we have an assistant engineer position that the cost, before cost recovery is $63,194. But if you take into account the time that that position can be billed against grants, Water Sewer Enterprise Fund, Measure H&L for projects, the net cost is a little over $21,000. Makes it very affordable. And then we're also restoring an engineering specialist position, and that position, $81,000. I think those two are reversed now that I'm looking at it. I think we have a reversal. I just noticed this. So where it shows engineering specialist, that's actually the 21,000, and the 30,000 is actually the assistant engineer. I apologize for that. So the net difference for that, what is shown as engineering specialist, which is actually the assistant engineer, is net $30,000. Moving on to administrative department, administration, the information technology, we did cut back on an IT analyst position this current fiscal year, and what we're asking for is to restore some services through a contract service for IT services, and that cost is $40,000 across general fund, water and sewer funds. And then back in 2019, there was a citywide reorganization, and one piece of that had not been funded, and that is to reclassify the existing assistant city manager, director of finance, the salary for that was included in that reorganization. And so that cost us $14,603. And then we also had a proposal to pre-fund your pension. As you know, your unfunded pension liability is about $20 million, and we're paying 7% interest. So the idea is to pre-fund contributions to reduce. And at about a $60,000 level, we know that we could actually save about $9 million over a 20-year period. So this is our first attempt at doing that. We weren't able to fund the general fund portion, but from the grants, LMB, Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, for a total of $20,000. We're recommending starting at that point and then ramping up. And that's basically equivalent to 1% of salary from those funds. And then hopefully we would adjust that with what the salary base is for that year. So that would grow and further accelerate the payoff of those unfunded liabilities. In records, at the police department, we're recommending reclassifying existing police services assistant position to a lead police services assistant at a cost of $2,700. Any questions on that slide?
I would just like to point out one thing, and that if you look at the engineering, the two engineering positions, there's an offset between those two of 92,000 and some odd that will be paid through the cost of projects. And we've had comments in the past about why don't we hire staff? Why don't we hire staff in the city instead of hiring out what would you call it, consultants to do some of the work? And this is probably a little bit of that. We do need with the delivery of, I don't know how many projects we delivered last year. I'm sure it's more than you can put on one hand. So significant projects, and you've seen them around town. We've done that with 4 and 3 people on staff there, and that is just, those guys are running themselves ragged. So these are really critical positions to backfill here, and yet they're still going to be offset by projects, so by the cost on the project. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, we actually completed 8 major projects just over this last 12-month period. So there's a lot going on, lots getting done, and this will ensure that we continue to get those projects done.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is just as a reminder, there was a question about debt service and our loans. So this is just a summary by fund of what your debt service is. And you can see that total, this budget includes a little over $2.7 million, $114,000 from the general fund for 2 leases, equipment leases, and then our CEC loan for lighting and HVAC replacement. And then you can look across and you can see the sewer enterprise fund has the lion's share. And as the mayor indicated, that $45 million sewer upgrade to our sewer treatment plant, about 2.5 million of that debt service is just for the plant improvements. The rest of it is for equipment and our CEC loan for that fund. So just wanted to show you that. And then transfers, we do make transfers. There's certain costs that we share from one fund to the other. For example, our gas tax fund pays for our day-to-day road maintenance or part of it. And you can see that we're transferring $289,751 from our gas tax fund to our general fund. And then down below, one other transfer I want to point out is your Measure J transfer. And during your budget workshop, we actually demonstrated we had $265,000, but since then we received HDL's latest forecast for Measure J, which was higher by $47,000. So what that means is your transfer to Measure J fund shrunk by $47,000. So that's good news for your general fund. But total net transfers out $118,000. That compared to $242,000 last year, or about $123,000 decrease in transfers out. And then looking at your general fund in aggregate, you can see that revenues in 2021, our budget, and this was the budget that was ravaged by COVID, was 8.8 million. And restoring our recreation programs, little bumps in sales tax and a few other revenue line items. We're budgeting or recommending 9.7 million. And then operating expenditures before transfers and adjustments, 9.3 million. $118,000 in net transfers in, or actually that should be transfers out. That's a typo. Sorry about that. Total expenditures 9.4. At that point, you have a $286,000 surplus. And we had a few adjustments internally, $46,000. The ASLs for the general fund that we just spoke about, $133,000. Capital outlay for equipment. Those are equipment items we spoke about at your budget workshop. And then conference training and travel, $10,732. And that's net of police officer standard training reimbursements. So $234,000 in budget requests. So at that point, you have a $51,786 surplus. So slightly higher than what we presented at your last budget workshop. And then when we drill down to the revenues, we've already talked about sales tax, budget year over year, about $354,000. All other taxes, that's your property tax, your transient occupancy tax, about, let's see, $30,000 of that $75,000 increase is because TOT, we're hoping will get back to normal, will be open, and folks will be utilizing our hotels more often. And that also includes our business license, our franchise fees for electricity, for garbage and cable. And then construction permits, Mr. Rivas is forecasting about $27,000 higher year-over-year budget for this coming fiscal year. Intergovernmental revenues, the $52,000 is primarily our property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees, and that's based on this year's level. That could be slightly higher. We'll get our actual our first 50% payment in December of this year. And then charges for services, big jump there, but again, that's because of we're pulling out of COVID. $319,000 of that $411,000 is just parks and recreation fees that we anticipate collecting. But it shows a whopping 76%, but primarily because we're getting back to normal, pulling out of the pandemic. Fines and forfeitures, slight increase there of $9,000. Use of money and property, $708. Other financing sources, no difference there. So again, $9.7 million. It's about a 10% year-over-year increase, but again, kind of resetting back to where we were in 2020. And then the expenditures, we did it, excuse me, we did assume all personnel costs. For example, the police department, we talked about a couple ASL there, but that $99,000 is you know, there was a lot of movement within the police department because we had retirements and we had people that were promoted, so on and so forth. So we have step increases, we have increases in health insurance, ancillary insurance, dental, vision, life, a net $99,000. Development services, $165,000. A good portion of that is the 50% for the code enforcement officer, as well as some additional contractual services for building permits and plan check. And then engineering, actually slightly less because last year we had 3 retirements within the department, and there was voluntary separation stipends as well as cash out of lead banks and so on and so forth. So it actually net, because of cost recovery and not having those overhead items, actually a decrease of $87,000. Community services, again, getting back to business. You saw the revenues on the other slide. On the expenditure side of the ledger, again, those are going up. Plus minimum wage, we have a lot of but seasonal part-time folks that are paid minimum wage, and we had to adjust for that 7% increase in the minimum wage as well. Public Works, step increases, same positions, but just you know, folks moving up the salary schedule, so on and so forth, adjustments in our services and supplies. Elected officials, $6,700 just in various areas within that budget. City administration, as we've discussed in past meetings, we did have to assume for a new city attorney. I hate to even say that, but that, as well as the additional $40,000 for IT services, which is included in there. So net $93,000. And then finance department, just routine the salary adjustment or step increases, the ASL, the health and welfare costs, $20,000 there. Non-departmental, we talked about our transfers out going down. And that's why you have $117,000 slightly less for your non-departmental. Those are things like audit, your transfers in and out, your contingency. There's common costs that are shared, office supplies and those kind of things, copier paper, so on and so forth. So total $9.7 million, about $864,000 higher, again, getting back to business. And that's the reason why we have additional revenues to cover those costs. And then when you look at it proportionally, what the general fund, $1 of general fund, how it's split up, you can see that police department, 33%, community services, 27%, non-departmental 8%, administration 8%, public works 7%, Development Services 8, Finance 5, Engineering 2, and the elected officials a penny. They're very affordable. This really just shows you proportionally, when you look at your revenue sources, how does that compare to your expenditure? So you can see that when you look at the revenue column there, sales tax, and you look across, if you took community services and police, just those two departments would be covered by sales tax. And then you can see the other funding sources, but it's just a visual, kind of get a feel of the budget. And then looking at your net revenues versus expenditures, you can see we have in 2021, we forecasted a $288,000 surplus before certain adjustments. And then in 21-22, having about a $50,000 surplus at this point if the budget were adopted and our numbers came to fruition. Okay, moving to your water enterprise fund. This is another major fund. We just wanted to show you. You can see that revenues, we talked about the rate increases that are going to become effective in September. Those were assumed, as well as what Mr. Rivas forecasted for capital connections, for water connections. So you can see that revenue 2.1 up to 2.3, expenditures 1.9 million, transfers out for insurance 181,000, total expenditures 2.1 million. At that point, you have a $218,000 surplus before adjustments and CIP. And you can see the adjustments: 24,000 ASL, 29,000 capital outlay equipment, conference training and travel, $2,700. And so at that point, we have $161,000 for capital improvement projects, which we'll talk about later in the presentation. Sewer Enterprise Fund, again, we assumed the rate increase effective in September, and revenues and also connection fees that Mr. Rivas anticipates. So revenues from 6.3 to 6.8 million, expenditures 6.6 to 6.9, and then transfers out, or excuse me, transfers in $1 million. You may recall we transfer in the entire Measure H sales tax proceeds into the Sewer Enterprise Fund to demonstrate debt service coverage, and then we use those funds for sewer capital improvement projects. And so at that point, we have $939,000 surplus. We have our ASLs of 32,000 we covered earlier, capital outlay equipment 28,000, conference training travel 16,000. So $78,000 in adjustments, and at that point, $861,000 for capital projects, which we'll cover later. Okay, moving into other fund budgets. These are your smaller funds, and I tried a different format. It's kind of busy, but I have to say it did cut down on 3 slides in the presentation, so that's always good. But excuse me, I just wanted to point out a few things. For example, the OTS grant, it's about a little over halfway down the screen there. We didn't have a budget last year. We didn't have a grant that we budgeted, or excuse me, this last year we did have a budget, but this year we don't. It doesn't mean we may compete for an OTS grant, but for right now, we're not assuming anything in the budget. And then Bulletproof Vests grant, same thing, we had a budget. Yeah.
Could you tell us what OTS stands for?
Yeah, I may have to ask the chief to help back me up on that. It's
Office of Traffic
Safety. Thank you.
Okay, just thank you.
Yeah, and the BVP is it's your Bulletproof Vest program. Councilmember Burley, did you have a question?
Well, everybody was talking, and I still didn't hear what you said for OTS, what it stands for.
Office of Traffic Safety.
Oh, thank you.
That's the grant that we use for DUI enforcement and special traffic related enforcements throughout the year around the city.
Thank you, Chief. We also talked about the state tobacco grant fund, this being our last fiscal year, that $103,000, we can't count on that anymore. So that's why that's 0 in 21-22. And then state coronavirus relief, that was a one-time flash in the pan. of $84,000 that helped pay for a police officer for about 9 months, and our trash bin on Broadway and a few other things. 50% of our unemployment costs, but that was a one-time grant that we're not going to see this fiscal year. But we do have the Homeland Security Grant, which is for equipment, I believe for laptops for our vehicles, our patrol vehicles, $52,000. So unless there's any questions there, we'll move on to the next slide. Measure J, you can see a pretty significant growth from about $1,086,000 to 1.2 million. Let's see, status quo there. Measure H, you can see about $100,000 increase there. General liability, I just want to point that out. So at the budget workshop, we did not show the building permit software as being funded. And we were talking about potentially trying to use ARPA funds or American Rescue Plan Act funds. But since then, we have some good news is PARSAC, as you know, is transitioning, is becoming is joining another JPA and forming a JPA called CIRA anyway. There's about $125,000, or excuse me, $150,000 in flexible spending money that we can utilize for building permit software. And Mr. Morris and I reviewed that and got approval by PARSAC. And so we're actually recommending that we use that, but it does flow through your general liability fund. I just wanted to point that out. And we have our AQMD, Air Quality Management Grant this year, but not next year. That was for our Tesla vehicle. And then no difference in a reserve for economic uncertainties. So when you look at the whole enchilada, the whole budget, you can see that revenues, fiscal year 2021, 23.2 million. The proposed budget, 25 million. It's about a $1.8 million increase, or 7.78%. Expenditures, about $1,039,000, or 5.16%. And before capital expenditures, it's about a $3,906,112 surplus before we fund our capital projects, which we'll get into in a few minutes. Any questions? Okay. And as I mentioned earlier, we have.
Dennis, you're muted.
Sorry, Dave, I did have a question. Do we know what happened to the tobacco grant money? Because I'm sure they're still collecting the tax. It's just, did we not, it's a competitive grant, so did we?
We had a 3-year grant, and Chief, could you explain what happened? I know we were approved for the 3 years. This will be our 3rd year, but going forward, I don't think we were approved for the next round. Is that right?
And why not?
Chief Wren, if you could comment on that, please.
Oops.
Maybe we'll circle back if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll make note.
Just quickly, I can just comment, and Chief Wren could probably speak to it better, but yeah, we had to apply for it, and we were not approved for the next round of funding for that funding. So
Do we
Okay.
know why?
submitted an application and it wasn't accepted. It's competitive, so yeah, we
Okay.
don't know for sure why. Again, it was a grant that I wasn't that disappointed that we didn't get because of the restriction on what we can use it for. As we recall, we were using it to pay for half of our code enforcement officer, but that was strictly had to go towards tobacco prevention, et cetera, type programs. So.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we were able to, our engineering and public works department were able to complete 8 major projects, and these are meaty projects that they were able to get done. And so they're listed here. And then we'll transition to our capital improvement program budget. And the first one is the building permit software for $72,600. And this is the one that, as I mentioned, the city has about $152,000 in Parsec flexible spending that we will be able to utilize for that software. So with it, I'll hand over the presentation to Pierre Ribas to talk about the permit software.
Thank you very much, Dave. As you probably heard me say in the past, we're currently utilizing Lotus Approach, and it is a very antiquated, older system. El Dorado County has been gracious enough to support that system. They will be replacing that system anytime. It's currently used, I think, by their assessor's office. They're now using Trackit and other systems in their other departments. So it will be on its way out. I mean, it suits our purposes, but it is antiquated. This estimate, we believe, is just maybe a little bit on the high side. We're hoping to find a system that's a little bit more cost effective. There's a lot of systems out there to choose from. I think just over the past couple of years, there's been development of a lot of permitting software. So there's a lot of systems for us to review before we come to a conclusion as to which one would best suit our purposes, basically fit the needs of a smaller city. Rather than a lot of these systems are very, very expensive, and they're designed to accommodate, larger jurisdictions that have populations of 100,000 or more, where they run through thousands of permits a year, as opposed to the smaller amount that we do. So, but anyways, we're very pleased. We're going to be able to hopefully move forward and get a system that would work for our purposes. So happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
All right, thank you, Pierre. And moving on to the lead water service replacement, Nick Stone's going to cover that. And I think both Rebecca Neves, city engineer, and public works director Nick Stone will cover the remainder of the project. So with that, Nick, if you want to comment on the lead water service replacement. I think you're muted, Nick.
Thank you. Yes, the lead water service is a continuation of previous year's project. Initially, a few years back, we identified 400 possible lead surfaces. What those are is it's not the actual full service that's lead. What it is, it's a lead gooseneck fitting where the water service connects to the city water main. And we did that based on the curb stops from the time era that those curb stops were installed. From the 400 that we initially identified, we've got that number down to about 320 that are still unknown. We did submit a timeline to the state. There was a 10-year project. So we're pretty far ahead of schedule right now. We've been knocking out about 40 of them a year. So currently we're also 100% compliant with our lead and copper sampling. Usually our levels with that are listed as ND, that's no detection. So the water's still safe. We're just doing everything we can to make it even safer and be compliant with the state. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Nick. And I think Ms. Neves is going to cover the remainder of the projects for us.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see you. We have Giovanni Road Sewer Replacement Project. You may recall a couple of years ago, we finished the Madrone Giovanni Lift Station projects, which was quite an undertaking, addressing some pretty hefty areas of I&I in those segments of our collection system. While we were doing that project, we discovered an existing sewer collection system on Giovanni Road that is in need of replacement. It also doesn't have proper access or easements for maintenance. And so this project would assess the condition and make some recommendations for the replacements of that service main, or excuse me, the sewer main as needed, as well as obtain the necessary right of way we need to maintain in this part of the city's system. Garden Loop sewer line replacement. Actually what you'll see here moving forward too is you'll see a lot of projects that are pretty heavy on utility replacements and repairs. And that's because we've actually gotten to a point now where it's, start really going after those smaller, but yet much needed segments of our infrastructure that need to be replaced. And so you'll see some areas that kind of focus on north of Highway 50 in like the Bedford and Conrad Cottage vicinity, as well as the Lewis and Clark and Darlington segments over on the south. And so we're looking forward to delivering some of those older projects that are needed. And so one of them that we'll be addressing is the Garden Loop Sewer Replacement Project. This has been a segment that has been challenging for us to maintain and service for some time. And now it's just time to replace the system in its entirety. So, and you'll notice as well that for both Giovanni, Garden Loop, and the next one, and a few other projects as we move forward, that there's only small portions of funding that we're requesting, for example, 25,000. We've done this intentionally, knowing that we will have to come back for additional funding, but what we're doing and what we had been doing in the past is we would make the request for the full budget amount, but then now we would have funds essentially held hostage that could be working for us in other areas. It could be working for us in terms of getting design done on projects that are further along, or even better, getting construction done on projects that are further along. And over the last couple of years, what we were experiencing were projects needing to be essentially their budget kind of cannibalized to fund other projects that were more shovel ready, more ready for construction. So we've taken a much more conservative approach. This is actually a pretty common approach when programming federal funds and state funds on other projects. It allows the money to keep working on other projects and not hold up projects that are more ready than others. So we do have some placeholder funding that will allow us to get initial survey and conceptual design and layouts going forward. So we have that going forward with Giovanni, Garden Loop, and Myrtle Avenue, all sewer main replacement lines. And then looking at Randolph Creek, we have the same. We're doing another placeholder of 25,000. These are all important sewer collection system projects, but this amount of money will allow us to kind of get going on those efforts. Randolph Creek, so Myrtle is actually one of our, you may recall during the Measure L campaign that we had an issue concerning Orangeburg pipe. Orangeburg pipe is made out of wood mulch and pitch. It was used as a secondary material during World War II, and it had a service life of about 50 years, and we've exceeded that by about 30 years. So it did a great job for what it was, but it's time to replace them all in the city. And so we're kind of eating that elephant one bite at a time by going after some segments that we can start working on sooner rather than later. Myrtle Avenue happens to be an opportunity for us to do that too. The city created a program that we're referring to as Nuisance Orangeburg Pipe Elimination, or NOPE for short. So it was an easy little fun way for us to kind of just say, okay, it's time for us to go after these. So Myrtle Avenue is listed on there as well for 25,000. And then we have Randolph Creek sewer main replacement. For those of you trail lovers who love to walk the trail right behind Mosquito Outfitters out towards Broadway Court, you may have noticed that there is a very precarious place pipe, as well as some brackets and fittings that hold it in place within Randolph Creek. That is the sewer main that we're talking about. So taking that active sewer main out of an active creek channel that is a direct tributary to our Hangtown Creek. And as we move forward with doing some of these sewer main replacement projects, we will be eliminating the last segments that we have located in the creek systematically. So then we have our courtyard revitalization. Although this one's more of a joint effort with Public Works, this one's one I'm really proud of that we have on the list this year. You know, our amazing Public Works department keeps us running, and I mean that quite literally. And when all of us are snug as a bug in a rug at 2 in the morning and it's pouring rain and it's terrible stormy weather, they're the folks that are out there making sure that we're not flooding. They're the folks that are out there making sure that everything's still working and flushing. And so I'm really excited that we're going to be able to do a project split amongst, the 3 different categories of assets that they maintain and operate for us, which is road and storm drain, sewer, and water. And so we have a little bit of money from each one of those operational funds to help us keep moving, but it's going to really improve the efficiency and storage of material and equipment up at the courtyard. And we're looking forward to kind of sprucing the place up because they are just so worthy of it, and we're just really grateful to have them. And then, one of the things that we experienced as we did these projects was, in particular in Spring Street, when we get done with these projects, the comment we often field after that is, looks great. When are you going to do this one? So Bedford Avenue happened to be the project that came to surface when we finished our Spring Street project. And so kind of getting that consistent public input and feedback, and quite frankly, taking our own eyes and taking a little toddle up Bedford Avenue, it was very clear it was time for Bedford to receive some love as well. So we've added that in as a placeholder project. Also, we anticipate some pretty hefty work done on that. It's going to be in alignment with the amount of work and effort that we had on Bedford and on Spring Street and Mosquito. So utility assessment and paving, and it's a pretty tricky layout, very close quarters with residents and businesses. And so we're going to be working through that over the next year or so. We also have our Cedar Ravine culvert replacement. Now, this is one that we've brought up for a while now. It actually happened to be brought up when we looked into it during the Clay Street Bridge replacement project. We actually did a full LiDAR of the Cedar Ravine culvert, which daylights at the southern abutment of Clay Street Bridge, and it starts at Pacific Street, and the culvert travels underneath Main Street, underneath the Ivy House parking lot, and then daylights and makes that the convergence point for Cedar Ravine Creek to Hangtown Creek. The culvert itself is of various materials, various age, various construction methods, some of them solid, some of them not so much. And so when we did that LiDAR, that's when we realized that there were some areas that needed to be improved. And it was the intent was to deliver that as part of, the Clay Street Bridge replacement project, but it's gotten to a point where it's makes us nervous enough to where we said, regardless what the timing of the other project is, we need to get this one in the queue sooner rather than later. So Dimity Lane repaving, that was another project that came to light after our Mosquito Road paving. Said, everybody said Mosquito looks great when you're doing Dimity. So we added Dimity in there. We did include rapid flashing beacons at the trail crossing. However, we transposed an order number on the RFB. And so we are going to be also installing push buttons adjacent to the trail at Dimity. That was kind of a accidental oversight. Our coffee must have left us with a reckless abandon that day. So that's going to be something we're also going to be including as part of Dimity. Carson Road sewer line replacement, that is an area where we've had a few sewer spills. And so we are looking at replacing some segments. That one also has a placeholder funding amount. The same can be said for Coloma Street utilities and repaving. That's one of the older areas I mentioned on the north side of Highway 50 that we are going to start going through Coloma as well as Conrad. We have Ronald Loop utilities and repaving, also a placeholder funding source. And then annual storm drain compliance, it's unfunded mandates and permit requirements are the gift that keeps on giving. So we have to find ways to fund some of these state mandated requirements. And one item that was an easy thing for us to justify funding for was actually just as simple as putting DI markers, drain inlet markers at the curbs. Some curb inlets, some drain inlets were able to make it as part of the drain inlet, but what we're finding is that some of the thermoplastic markers aren't really staying durable. So the city had some DI markers made, and it says City of Placerville, only rain in the drain. So it's a great way to educate the public on just clean water and making sure that they're discharging only appropriate, only rainwater making it into the drain, because ultimately it all makes out to Hangtown Creek. And then we do have some repaving projects, so some construction funds. I mentioned Dimity was going to be coming up here pretty soon. That 60 grand for Dimity is a construction funding, as well as the next two, which is Coon Hollow Road and Middletown Road. So Coon Hollow Road actually connects between county city limit line and Highway 49 up on Sack Hill. It's in pretty bad shape, so it's just time to overhaul it. And so we We called up a couple of contractors, we got a bid, and we feel pretty comfortable with that number. And so we're going to probably be moving forward with that sooner rather than later, likely in July or the first meeting in August. The same goes for Middletown Road. It's sandwiched, next to the county city limit line, but it also goes up to Canal Street. And you'll know this segment the second you drive on it, which needs to be replaced. So we are looking at also doing some additional shoulder backing to put some sort of little goat trail on the side there, just because we do know that there are some pedestrians, particularly from the schools, that go along that route. We can't necessarily get in a full sidewalk at this time, but that's not something that we're keeping off the books, that we will look at trying to add some pedestrian facilities on that road in the future, but just not part of this effort just yet. And next slide, please.
Rebecca,
Yes, ma'am.
quick question, back to Middletown before you go on any further. I thought that the two apartment complexes that were being built, I thought it called for improvement out at like streets and sidewalks in a portion. Is that not so in that?
We would require frontage improvements. As far as how far they reach, they don't reach as far as this paving project is.
Okay, okay.
Depending, probably, right?
Yeah. And then, some additional paving projects we have coming through. We're looking at repaving Thompson Way. You may recall some time ago I mentioned that one of our focuses for prioritizing projects was actually to get the roads and facilities in and around public and community assets ironed out and in good shape. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the roads around the county government center. We're talking about the roads around county facilities. We're talking about the roads around schools. We're talking about the roads around city facilities and assets like the aquatic center. We do have Benham on our list for repaving. So Thompson Way was actually one of the last ones that we're catching up on. We also have the rest of Canal Street as well. But we put Thompson Way on here to repave. We did repave Schnell School Road last year. So that road's buttoned up for the kids and parents that take that daily. And Maureen Drive repaving. So we actually had kind of an interesting opportunity when we were doing the Mosquito Road paving project was, since they were out there paving, we recognized that there was a segment of Maureen that did not make it when the city did the paving of Maureen. That project actually ran out of funding at that time. And so there was a segment there of about, I want to say it's like 400 feet that needs to be repaved. At the time that the Mosquito Road project was under contract, we asked the contractor to give us a quick bid. He did. It did include cost of, cost savings measures because he had already mobilized out there. And when we looked at it, at the time, we just didn't have the money. COVID was pretty uncertain. We didn't know when money was coming. So we were trying to be smart, but also realistic and conservative in our budget. However, even after completing the Mosquito Road project, once the money has come through in the form of, you see it here, RIMRA money, which is SB1 funds to maintain storm drain and road, we did contact the contractor and said, are you willing to hold your prior bid price? And he said, yes. And so we're proceeding with that project as well. So that one should be coming through for contract award in the next month or two as well. Then we also have Sherman Street repaving. So, now that we're working towards getting some of these public assets and facilities in decent shape in and around it, now it's time to start picking off these little streets, right? All the residential streets, the local roads, and start pouring love into our city that way. So one of them that came up was Sherman Street, which I think can be done actually concurrently with Thompson Way, just because of their proximity. They're not too far apart. So we're looking at that as a possible construction package as well. We've been working on cleaning up and repaving our parking lots. Last year's parking lot project that was funded was our town hall parking lot. We are working towards getting that repaved hopefully this summer. We also are putting in a placeholder for Moody parking lot repaving. We've been acquiring funds from the Downtown Parking District Fund for some time now, and we're pouring that funding source back into our parking lots and making them nice for the public as well. And I mentioned earlier, we are, going after that northern portion up near Conrad and Cottage Street. We do have some water mains there that are pretty aged and that are in need of replacement. We do have placeholder funding for those two projects, as well as the Miller Way sewer line and water line replacement project. The sewer located on Miller Way is actually also an Orangeburg pipe. I mentioned we're taking care of those and trying to eliminate those throughout the city. So we do have a placeholder funding for water in Measure L, as well as for the sewer in Sewer Enterprise for that project. We are also proceeding with adding in Smith Flat Road, the storm drain and paving portion of the project. When we constructed Upper Broadway bike lanes, we were able to address the paving on Smith Flat Road within, as it connected to Broadway and within all of Caltrans right of way. So the only portion that's remaining is all city right of way. We don't have to obtain a Caltrans encroachment permit for that work, but we will probably need more than the $200,000 in funding, and we're looking at possible funding sources for that, but wanted to get some plans that will be not a huge paving contract, but large enough to where we actually have to send it out for public bid. And so we'll be developing likely in-house plans and specs to send that out for public bid. And then, as I mentioned, we are going after some of those older sections and quadrants within town built around, the 1920s, 1930s, and so on. So we have Lewis, and we have Clark, and we have Darlington. So when we've been addressing these roads, I mentioned we're addressing public facilities. We do have, the road up towards Rotary Park that needs to be addressed. Darlington, when we looked at how we wanted to do Darlington is kind of a looped configuration with finger streets that come off of Darlington that also connect to the main water main system. So it makes sense when you're doing water distribution work, you get the looping solid, reliable, and replacement. And then you start picking off those segments that connect to it. That way you're connecting, when you replace those other segments, you're connecting to good water main, to a stable water main. So we worked with Public Works on being a little bit more strategic on how we can start, bit by bit going after those older segments in town. And then the next one is the US 50 Corridor Action Plan, or the Trip to Green Pilot Project, Proof of Concept Project. You've heard us mention it quite a bit. This is an effort that we're undertaking with El Dorado County Transportation Commission, as well as with Caltrans this fall, looking at ways that we can mitigate some of the traffic impacts due to recreational traffic through up to Apple Hill and to Tahoe. The third weekends of both September and October is when we have it tentatively scheduled to flip all the signals in Placerville, Canal, Spring, and Bedford to green. And so it's the 10th weekends. So that might be a little easier way to pick out those dates, but we do have to show a level of commitment towards that effort. It's a lot of resources that Caltrans is putting towards it. El Dorado County Transportation Commission is putting resources towards it. And this was us saying we're here with you and covering some of the staff costs and things like that for us that will help deliver this project. And then why is that project so important? Well, it's going to tell us a lot. It's going to tell us a lot about traffic behavior and how the system would work if we didn't have those signals on Highway 50. Oftentimes when those signals are engaged, we see the consequence or unintended consequence of bypass traffic on Broadway, on Main Street, on Pacific Street, on Spring Street, every which way that they can possibly get out, and every which way that Waze will take them. So what is the permanent solution? Well, the permanent solution is some sort of permanent traffic operational improvements, which is the next project. We have a project programmed in our regional transportation plan for westbound auxiliary lane. We're not entirely sure if it's that concept or a different concept that will get us there towards a permanent solution, but we are once again putting our skin in the game to delivering a permanent improvement that will help alleviate in-town congestion for our locals, residents, and businesses. So that covers the majority of the roadway projects. Any questions? No? Okay. So the next talk about, oh, sorry, go back one second, Dave. Sorry about that. So the next project, we actually start covering some of our projects at our water reclamation facility, which is our most expensive asset that we own, and we love it dearly because we all love that our toilets work and flush. So our aeration basin blower is in need of replacement. It's been in service for about 12 years. Some of these items I'm mentioning here, you know, one thing I have to give credit where credit is 100% due, and that is to our amazing staff out at the water reclamation facility. They know how to stretch some years out of the equipment out there. So most of these items of equipment, they've almost nearly doubled their service life, and it's really quite amazing. They take very good care of things. They're meticulous about their maintenance, and they're meticulous about how they operate it too. So the aeration basin has exceeded its useful service life by quite a few years and is in need of replacement. We had the same kind of situation going on with our turbidity meter, which that one has been in service since the rehab in 2008. These turbidity meters typically only last about 6 years. I believe we're now working on year 13, and we were notified by the manufacturer of our current turbidity meter that they don't support that turbidity meter anymore. It's part of our permitting requirements and monitoring for our permit with the state, and so it's time for replacement of that. Our secondary scum pumps are in need of replacement. Those exceeded useful service life by about 4 or 5 years as well. And then we have a bid for that. And then we have our belt filter press building. So for those of you that don't know what the belt filter press does is, you know, once you collect material, you know, the material that comes through is soggy. And I'm going to use the consistency of like soggy cereal. So the soggy cereal goes through this conveyor belt that presses out the liquid. The liquid then gets treated and becomes, you know, clean water that we ultimately disinfect and then redischarge back into the creek. And when the soggy cereal gets compressed and you're left with material, you also get a couple of things that you didn't sign up for, and that is in the form of gases. And the gases that come out of there are very corrosive in nature. They've actually eaten away at the roof and some of the ducting inside the belt filter press building. And there's a little bit of equipment damage as a result of that. The belt filter press, once the soggy cereal, the material gets compressed, it then gets dried out and sent off for repurposing as either fertilizer or sent to the dump as well. We also have our waste gas flare control system. So our waste gas flare control system is the system that actually controls the flare within our digesters. Our digesters, you know, think of it as like a stew pot. So you have a lot of heat in there trying to break down the material, trying to soften the material. And what comes off of that is also gases in the form of methane gas, which then gets released. And then the waste gas flare picks up that methane gas and refuels the digester. So it's actually a pretty cool little self-sustaining system that we have out at the plant. The control system for that waste gas flare has started to get a little persnickety, and it's not working as well as it once did. It's exceeded its useful service life by 4 or 5 years now as well. So we're looking to replace that. Secondary clarifier number 2 drive unit. It's kind of a sweeping motion inside a very large cylinder that kind of lets things settle out. The clarifier also gets exposed to, you know, everything that we deal with out at the wharf is pretty harsh in terms of either chemicals, material, or gas. And so the drive unit itself that rotates the sweeping arm motion within the clarifier has began to become unreliable. So it's time for us to replace the drive unit as well. And then I will defer to Assistant City Manager Dave Warren for the sewer and water rate study.
Thank you, Rebecca. So we discussed the rates in an earlier item on your agenda. And back in 2018, you adopted a 5-year revenue program. And we're currently in year 4 as effective June 16th. So we have 2 full fiscal years of rate increases under the current plan. And so what we want to do is we want to stay on top of those increases and not let them mushroom and get bigger than they need to be. And so what we'd like to do is have your consultant Bartle Wells go back and do another study at the next 5 years, starting with fiscal year 22, 23, to determine the costs and what those rates should be, and then bring that back to the council in about a year and a half so that we can continue this process where we're covering our costs and not passing on huge increases to our ratepayers. So staying on top of it. And I'm hoping, based on our trends, that the potential rate increases will be significantly less than what we've even seen in the last 5 years. So knock on wood, please. So with that, I'll pass it back to Rebecca for the Conrad Street sewer line replacement.
Thank you, Dave. We do have some projects that are going out to construction pretty soon here. On June 17th, we have bid opening for our Conrad Street sewer line replacement. This is a sewer line that's located a mere inches below the roadway. And so we have it currently out to bid. And this will solidify us the funds for construction. So we're very excited about getting that project out there, and looking forward to. So you'll see it get kind of busy up on the hill there for a little while. Then the next project is our Broadway maintenance project, which last year we went after the segment on Broadway that's from Schnell School Road out to Point View Drive. This segment is from Mosquito Road to Schnell School Road, so the remaining area of Broadway. This project includes select replacement of sewer mains and services. It also includes water system improvements and service improvements and replacements. And then this project, the intent of it is also to be coupled with the Broadway sidewalks project. We've been pretty successful at securing some federal funding. We have a Highway Safety Improvement Program, or HSIP, funding source for Broadway sidewalks, which is a pedestrian gap closure project that spans also from Mosquito Road to Schnell School Road. And we will be doing storm drain improvements and some paving with that project as well. So this is one way that we've been able to, leverage those precious Measure L dollars to help us get more funding and bring more funds into doing more work on projects in Placerville. So this project, along with the Broadway sidewalks project, will probably be going out to bid in around October, November, with a contract award around January and starting work likely in March. It's a pretty decent sized project. There will be a lot of public outreach, and so stay tuned. So this $700,000 that we're holding here is for construction funding. We may need more construction funding once we open those bids. And so that kind of ties a little bit into the discussion for our Measure L Fund Construction Reserve, which I'll touch on that in just a moment. Canal Street reconstruction. This is, when we first got Measure L, one of the projects that we put out pretty quickly as far as paving was the Canal Street Road project directly in front of Eldorado High School. And the reason why we picked that segment was, one, it was in pretty bad shape. And two, it was one of the few areas left on Canal that didn't need substantial utility improvements. And so now, recognizing that we still have work to do ahead of us for Canal Street, we are going to go after replacing the utilities, water, sewer, and storm drains and their services, as well as doing repaving for the rest of Canal Street. So this is, we've been adding funds. You'll notice the CIP number is 418. The 18 indicates that it was adopted as a project in the 2017-2018 fiscal year. And we've been adding funds in that sock drawer, if you will, just kind of reserving them for, as we start heading towards getting the project out to design. That will be a project that we will be releasing a request for proposals on for outside consulting. It's quite a bit of effort for the small staff that we have here, but we're looking forward to getting that project underway. The Center Street parking structure, this also is an ongoing project that we have to maintain our parking structure that serves our downtown, also funded with downtown parking district funds. We've been doing little things here and there, but we will need to start doing some decent structural maintenance items, working with a consultant here locally to help us develop a maintenance plan to address some of the finer detailed points of the garage that are starting to show their age. So. And then we also have our annual water valve replacement program. You know, one thing that was really a blessing was when the water main broke over on Benham and Pacific. We had some decent valves to turn, and that was a result of our Pardee Sacramento Street water main replacement project that we did in 2017. And so, and in addition to that, we've been replacing valves throughout town whenever we've picked up these projects. And so we have some funding available through Measure L to continue that effort to replace the water valves. So you know, the best way to plan is to always have a plan, right? So having those valves in place that can be reliable for shutting down our systems in the event of an emergency or a break, those are critical. So we are setting aside $100,000 for that effort. And then you may recall last year, we, you know, kind of going into the pandemic, we weren't really certain of budget and revenue for either Measure H or L. So we kind of collectively sat together and said, well, we have enough active projects right now. We can certainly keep busy, but you know, we need to find a way to have funds just readily available should we receive bids that are higher than the engineer's estimate, or should we need to advance a project that's ready to go to construction. And that is what developed the Measure H and L construction reserves. And we presented a policy to City Council, which was adopted, and it's been utilized already through our Spring Street project. We had a couple of unforeseen issues related to water main replacements. And so we're pretty grateful for that reserve. And then if there's anything Dave wanted to add, I'll defer to him.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, really good news. So the Measure H and Measure L construction reserves that are shown, you can see under those two columns, the Measure H construction reserve, we're showing $123,219 from net revenues. So what we're showing you from fiscal year 2021 net revenues. The Measure H L committee, sales tax committee, met last night, and we actually presented our latest fund balance analysis. So this was analysis that was completed after this publication of this report. And I'm happy to report that we actually can demonstrate, based on our forecast, affording an additional $398,256 for the Measure H construction reserve. So that would bring that amount, or excuse me, a total of $398,256 or $275,037 more. And then for Measure L, we're demonstrating a carryover of $312,480. So that would bring the construction reserve for Measure L to $837,214. And so coming into fiscal year 2021, we actually started with a carryover. We had a better year in 1920 than we thought. And being conservative and being very careful with our forecasts with sales tax, we actually anticipate having additional dollars this fiscal year, which results in those reserves, greater contributions to those reserves by the end of fiscal year 21-22. So the total dollar amounts for Measure H that the committee recommended to you is $848,256 in Measure H fund, and then Measure L, $2,747,214. And that essentially brings your CIP budget to $4,493,070. So apologize for the last minute numbers, but it is great news. And it means we have additional dollars to build these projects that we're starting out just in design phase. I really want to applaud Rebecca and Nick and for all, we have a total, including it also includes our building permit software, but 36, I'm counting this right, 36 new projects just in this budget. And then we're enhancing 3 existing projects. So very aggressive, and the Measure H, Measure L committee did recommend this to you tonight as a plan. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. So if there's no questions, we'll move on to the next item. Which is our American Rescue Plan Act. And this is really just a kind of a recap of what we covered in our budget workshop on May 20th. So we do have some good news, overall good news. So when we met on the 20th, we were under the understanding we were going to receive about $2.1 million. And we actually thought perhaps we may receive less than that. But the good news is Mr. Morris and I received notice from the League of California Cities and the National League of California Cities that the actual dollar amount is 2.6 million. So it's $500,000 more than what we originally forecasted. Slightly bad news is the cash flow is a little slower. So we'll still get our 50% or about $1.3 million this month is what they're telling us from the state of California. The remainder, the $1.3 million, will not come in until June of 2022, however. We originally thought we were going to get the second half in January, but we're getting more money, so we're willing to wait. How's that? So the potential uses, this was addressed in Mr. Morris's staff report on the 20th. So we can use these for public health impacts, response to negative impacts related to the pandemic, investment in housing and neighborhoods, and this would include addressing our homelessness in the city, education and disparity, premium pay for essential workers, recovery of lost revenue, and investment in infrastructure. So those are the areas that we could potentially use this funding. And then you may recall Mr. Morris and I kind of developed some draft guidelines to consider. It doesn't mean you have to use these, but it's just food for thought in developing, it's a large amount of money, kind of considering what these funds should be used for. They are considered kind of one-time funding. After we receive that 2.6 million, we're not going to get any more. So, so does the item for consideration for this $2.6 million, does it directly benefit the city residents and businesses? And does the item provide long-term investment to the community? That one, I think, is one of the most important because I think as taxpayers, we're all kind of going to go into debt because of this funding over long-term higher taxes. So maximize the use of the funds. Are there other funds, for example, broadband? That's something that we've discussed. Potentially, there are broadband funding, additional broadband funding. So, and there may be other funding available for other projects. And there may be funding the county has that we could piggyback on. So we need to consider those things. And then limit the use to one-time purposes. Because this is a one-time funding source, you don't really want to use it for ongoing expenses. It's just a better way of approaching it. And do not supplant the existing funds. And supplant's kind of a funny word, but what it means is if we have existing funds that are paying for that good or service, let's not use these funds to replicate those funds. So, and then this list here, this is just a repeat of what we presented to you at the budget workshop. It doesn't reflect your comments or what we're going to recommend ultimately, but we just wanted to show you again and the public the things that we threw out as staff. It doesn't mean you or the public. These are things that you would have to consider, but they're just ideas. And we do have some homework to do. We need to refine these numbers. And I think earlier the mayor mentioned coming back together in August for a special meeting to discuss these things. And that'll give staff time to refine these numbers and also take your comments from the budget workshop and any comments you may have tonight and bring that back as a fine-tuned proposal. And also, again, listen to the public, listen to you, and further refining that project. So at this point, we have $7.7 million in ideas. Again, it doesn't mean we have to use those ideas, but just food for thought. So, and again, we'll circle back with the council for a potential date in August to have a special meeting for that. So, any questions on that, on ARPA? Okay, and then we have our upcoming budget items. So these, on June 22nd, we will ask you to adopt a budget. And unless you have any changes, we most likely will be presenting essentially what we just presented to you tonight. And we also, it was clear in the last budget workshop, there's some areas that, although we're not funding or recommending funding for certain things in this budget, I think we all agreed, the council agreed to revisit some things. For example, there's a need for an additional detective in the police department. So an additional police officer position. There's a need for potentially another police services assistant position in the police department. In the development services, we are recommending $15,000 in additional clerical services, contract or part-time, temporary part-time, but there really is a need for an additional administrative secretary. So revisiting that at mid-year. And then community services is, they asked for an additional pickup or a new pickup truck to replace the one that's starting to fall apart. Relooking at that. And then also look at donations for the log rolling aquatics feature for community services. I know that's pretty popular, but it's not something we have to do right now, but there may be some agencies, some nonprofits, the hospital that may be interested in contributing to that. And then there was a discussion regarding do we consider adding an administrative analyst position or reclassifying a position for administrative analyst and perhaps an assistant finance director for additional support and transition planning, both in the finance department and administration department. So if I left anything out, please let me know, but that's what we have for you right now. And what we mean by mid-year, when we do our mid-year budget and forecasting for this coming year, usually in early March, this would be a time to look at that, and if there's additional funding available, to consider funding some or all of these. So, and that concludes this presentation, and be happy to answer any questions you have or take comments. Again, if you would like to make any changes to the budget, please let us know. We'll be bringing back the 120-page document to you on June 22nd. And unless there's any changes you have, we'll assume these assumptions in that budget. So, yes, Councilmember Burley.
If we do have a suggestion as to adding something, do you want to talk about it? Do you want us to bring it up tonight, or just what you want us to get in touch with you after the meeting or whatever?
If possible, tonight.
Well, and I know I mentioned this in one of our sessions, but I'm going to mention it again. You know, you were talking about Memorial Day and how great it was and everything, but I'm going to tell you, I went up to the Union Street Cemetery and it's deplorable. And I think that we need to, and I know the county has taken a step in, you know, but we do have a portion. I don't think we can keep saying and asking the county to do it. It sits right in the middle of our town. It at one time, I mean, it could be beautiful, and it's just in deplorable condition. And I really think that that there's so many. It could be used like with the schools, and I know that some of these attempts were done in the past, but like, for instance, history lessons, and you know, it's just a lot of the families that started Placerville. So I'm going to go back to, you know, folks keep talking about how we're destroying history and everything, and to me, that would keep history alive more so than maybe a building or something. But I just think that we really need to address it it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And I know that I guess it's almost impossible to water anymore because the water pipes they're all broken, et cetera, et cetera. So I really would like to make some kind of a stab at starting a fund or doing something to save that cemetery.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm trying to remember what year Mr. Driscoll was city manager at the time, but that cemetery, it's my understanding, was self-funded. There was an endowment of sorts, and that endowment dried up, and the county ended up having to take it over. And the city actually committed to providing the water. So we are providing the water to the cemetery. And I know sometimes it has gone fallow and dry and weedy and brown in the summertime. I'm not sure why that is, but because we're providing the water at no cost to them.
My understanding is the pipes are all broken. I mean, they can't water. Everything is just in need of repair. And I do know all the history, Dave. I know what happened. I mean, we came to one point where we faced, if the county didn't take it over and the city agreed to that agreement, the state was going to take it over. And if they did, all they have to guarantee is that they're going to mow it. I think it's like every 6 months or so. It was going to be a horrible thing. And the county stepped up and the city stepped up and we did take it over. But in the meantime, now it's just, again, it's they took it over to a certain point. I'll put it that way. There's just got to be some more thought put into this whole thing. And I know it's something we're going to have to coordinate with the county, but somebody's got to take a step or it's going to end up like, some of our sewer and water pipes, it's just let go and let go and let go. And it's just too important to lose, I think.
Thank you for those comments. And Mr. Morris, perhaps this is something we could take a look at and bring back information to the council this fall or maybe at mid-year.
Yeah, that's something I'd recommend. I've been looking at this quite a bit also, Councilmember Borelli. I was going to defer a little bit to Mayor Thomas. I know he was part of the project over a cleanup day in one of our cemeteries that also needed quite a bit of work. I've also been looking at what I've been told is called the old Placerville Cemetery on the other side of town. And it's even worse shape than the one Councilmember Borelli is referring to. All of these, I agree with you in terms of preserving history. We're losing some things there by not doing that. In terms of what we can do, I think there needs to be more. I mean, I don't think it's something that we talk about putting money in the budget tonight for, but I think it's something that if it's the recommendation of council to do this, direct staff to go back and look at what can be done to, put more into these cemeteries than is being now, and trying to recover and restore what has been lost up there. So, but it's going to be a big project ongoing because, as I mentioned, the old Placerville Cemetery, I've walked that one a couple of times just out of my own interest to look at some of the history that's there and stuff. And all of these cemeteries have that history in them and are important. But I think it's something, the direction of council, we could find the time, hopefully, to go back and take a look at, because I think it's going to be a big job to identify really what should be done for those cemeteries.
I would agree with that. And, maybe it's funding even a study to see what can be done, from a holistic standpoint, or, from all of our cemeteries. Because I agree, from our little Jewish one to, to all of them. I mean, and Patty's absolutely right. They're in a horrible state of disrepair, and it's not necessarily anybody's fault. It's just what happened after, I guess, that those endowments dried up, and the other ones I don't think ever even had that type of setup. So they've just sort of been on their own to a certain degree. But I would support that, to at least look at what our options are, and then maybe have a master plan on how we deal with our cemeteries.
Yeah, I worked at Union Cemetery for a while, mowing lawns and and digging holes and doing all that stuff. And it was back then we had hoses and we moved the rainbirds around. It was a 7-day-a-week project, and you would mow it for 7 days and you'd start over. And it took a fair bit of effort to, there was 2 of us out there in the summer mowing and weed eating for the entire growth season of the lawn for summer. So it's a fair bit of a project out there. And I don't know what the water pipes look like now, but I do know that it's quite an effort to keep it going for a summer. If you're going to water it, you got to mow it and you got to weed eat it. So it's all those are in there. I would too support it just to look at and see what the county's investment is, if there's a partnership, if there's some other direction we can go in. And of course, that's not for tonight. That's something to move on for the future. But I do think that, at what time would you want us to give you that direction, Cleve?
I would suggest under future agenda items at the end, maybe we can talk about what that direction is and how we might move forward with that to look at some things.
Thank you.
Because I will say that there are groups that are willing to help us, but they need help too. For instance, the Arts Council and, the Historic Preservation. So there are groups out there that I think if we could just design some sort of a plan and have a goal, that they would be more than happy, to pitch in.
Thank you for bringing that up, Patty.
You're welcome.
Is there any other council members that have any comments? Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Comment. I just want to highlight how different our budget situation is from last year. For the people that are listening from the public, there were times throughout the year that we were really concerned about what the future finances of the city were going to look like, and it's just such a relief to be able to see that we're adding service levels, and we have all of these amazing CIP projects on, and that we're able to buy equipment for public works and bring back the city pool and community services programs. So it's the last budget, this time last year when we were passing the last budget, even before COVID, we, well, I guess it was during COVID, but we were just really, it was such a different situation. So this is optimistic going forward.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to go back to slide 5 and just comment on one particular thing that kind of jumped out at me. Can you scroll back to slide 5? Or?
Yeah, I didn't want to make you dizzy though.
Oh, that's all right. Well, I shouldn't speak for everybody.
Just a second.
You did have it for a minute and then it disappeared.
Yeah, it was the wrong. So let me. I've got dual screens here, so it's messing me up. Sorry.
I found dual screens were challenging with screen sharing. It was a little interesting.
It is.
Yeah. Mostly probably because I didn't know what I was doing. The screen sharing thing is new to me.
Sorry, Mayor, just a second.
That's all right.
Okay, here it comes.
Bam. All right, thank you. So if you take a look at general consumer goods, kind of a little more than halfway across the screen, it's a negative 17.65%. And then you compare that against the where's the one, the transfers and unidentified, where's the state pool of 23.91%? That looks like that was last year's, the 23, because that's up to 30% now, 31%.
As a proportion of your overall sales tax. So this is the delta between 2019 fourth quarter and 2020.
Okay, so 2022 is much higher. It's at 31%, I believe.
Potentially, however, the issue with there's an issue with our one of our largest online sales tax producers,
Mhm.
and that'll have an effect. So I think it's going to probably stay close to, say, like around the high teens, low 20s.
Okay, so without regard to that, it shows a higher use of internet sales and sales outside of the city limits. And one of the things that I wanted to bring up was, and you look at general consumer goods is down 17%. Is that business and industry is down 3%? Is that it shows a trend of money being spent outside of the city rather than in the city. And it shows me, while we're still receiving sales tax dollars, we're not receiving the benefit of that money staying in the community and circulating within our community, which goes to the whole concept of shop local and supporting our local businesses. And when that happens, I own a business in town. You shop with me. I pay my employees. They shop at your place. You pay taxes. I pay taxes. Now your employees, the next shop pays taxes. It has a multiplier of, I remember one time somebody told me 7 times in a community when it stays in the community. When it leaves our community, that multiplier is multiplying in somebody else's town and someplace else. 1, shopping with local businesses. 2, shopping locally makes a difference between the money staying in this community and multiplying and supporting our community as opposed to leaving the community. And that also goes to sales tax dollars that are spent by local residents that have been paid. And it also goes to, supporting and hiring local people here. I thought it was really important to point out the trend on this, and that how important it is to support our local businesses. And hopefully that trend doesn't go too far in that direction, because literally it starts attacking and eroding our sales tax revenue within the city, which then supports all the services that our community wants us to provide. And I thought this was an opportunity, a good illustration of how those sales tax dollars eroding would affect our city, our sales tax, and our community as a whole. So thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you. No, great points. And I would echo that concern. It's very true.
But what can you do about it, really? I mean, other than, assist the business owners and shop locally, et cetera. But let's face it, the trend is, and it's just, I hear it all the time. It's not just Placerville, but, it's just easier for a lot of, especially like working families to order it online. And I don't know how you buck that.
Well, it's an education process. And, one of the challenges is if we want to continue the level of services we have, but enjoy the convenience and sometimes the less expensive products that you get out of town, then we're going to have to pay more ourselves for the services that we get. The services that we get in our community is based on, as you saw, 59% of our revenue comes from sales tax. If that starts decreasing, that money has to come from somewhere else, or we'll reduce our services that we're providing. It's a zero-sum game. If we give it away to another community, we have to make up for it here ourselves. And that's just a matter of just pulling out our checkbook and writing a check, really. But it's just important for us to know it's an education process too in our community. And I think at some point we do need to educate our community on the significance and importance of shopping local and it's in a choice that our consumers will make in our town to choose to do that. And then there's the consequences to that choice. And it's important to educate our community on what those consequences are.
And I think that the chamber, has, I think that they're really trying, to get that across. And also for our business owners, the shop locally, has been a chant that we've been hearing a lot, but, maybe we need to pursue it and help them out.
Yeah.
I think we also need to point out, though, the numbers you're comparing is a normal year versus 9 months of a pandemic year in which a lot of things were closed. We have businesses that went literally out of business, and I'm not sure that that's a fair comparison that we should be getting overly excited about until we see how things go when we get back to normal. I mean, look at your fuel down 25%. That's because there was a lot less travel. Your restaurants and hotels, all of that was part of that pandemic.
I don't disagree. It's a trend that has moved in the direction. The question is, will it come back? And if we don't educate our people on coming back, it's easy to, it's not easy to change people's buying habits when they have moved. And what this has effectively done is move people's buying habits. And will they come back? I don't know. Can we affect that? It's possible. Is education an important tool and making sure people understand what is going on? I think so.
And bringing businesses back to our empty buildings, giving them more choices and places to shop.
Yep. So that's all I have for that comment. When I have a question, when we go over or under budget, and mostly under budget, how is that money that is retained in those particular funds, how is that represented does that go back to general fund and then get allocated the following year? I don't see that, I doubt very often we go under budget in departments, but it does, I've heard it happen. Where does that money go?
Yeah, good question. So unless a department head asked to encumber some savings, so let's say we budget for a piece of equipment, but the piece of equipment is not purchased by June 30th of the current fiscal year, they can request that equipment be encumbered in fund balance, as essentially reserved, so that they can purchase it the following year. But generally, for just ongoing services, supplies, any savings would roll right into fund balance. On the flip side, if we go over budget, your deficit would reduce your fund balance. So, but because of our budgeting practices, we generally, unless we're in a downturn, we usually have at least some of it. This fiscal year, we anticipate, because of one-time savings and expenditures, about a $288,000 surplus. Right. And that would go right into your fund balance unless you chose to reserve or commit those dollars, which some of those dollars have been committed to through labor negotiations, as a matter of fact. So,
all right, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And that's all I have. Is there any further questions before or statements before I go to public comment? All right, see you done. Ms. O'Connell, if you could help me out by opening up for public comment, please.
I'm here. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 11.1. This is the fiscal year 2021-2022 operating and capital improvement budget proposals. We'll start with Sue Rodman. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Good evening. I'm impressed. I think that the staff and Rebecca and Dave have done an amazing job to put together this budget. I think I can support it as it's written, as you've done it. So that's pretty much all I have to say is good job, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, board. it just warms my heart to hear you guys talk about supporting small businesses. And, you know, with a town that's so divided, this is one nonpartisan subject that everybody from all spectrums can get behind, is supporting our small businesses. And when we allow chain stores and formula stores into our community, it takes away from our local economy. You know, we give them tax incentives and all that. You guys know the story. So why don't you take this opportunity to write something up to protect small businesses and not allow chain stores and big box stores in our county or in our town? What a great opportunity. Everything that you guys said, I 100% agree with you. And let's support our small businesses. It's such a good time to do it. And yes, with COVID, I know, you know, a lot of people, including myself, we're all guilty of shopping online, going to Amazon because it's more convenient. But if we take the time, maybe we could use some of that COVID money to start a campaign to encourage our local people to shop local and find things that they would normally get on Amazon or online locally. I just think it's such a great idea. And if you want to bring the city together, this is the ticket right here, supporting small local businesses like yours, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mark Acuna, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And thank you. I wasn't sure I'd sit through another Dave Warren budget presentation, but it's been a pleasure to watch him work his magic. And as always, I love Dave's dollar. Great job. I think you're to be commended in being on top of the turnaround that the city and the state's enjoying. I'm here this afternoon or this evening to represent the the Placerville Fire Safe Council. Last Thursday, I had the honor of being elected to that board. And sitting through my first meeting, found out that their current the amount of money that they have raised and to support their operation is $365. That's been raised through some fundraisers that basically count on donations. As you may be aware, the Fire Safe Council is comprised of a number of very experienced and dedicated members of the community, some with fire background, and they've worked very hard to bring the Fire Safe Council together. I think they are now at that point. The timing seemed appropriate. I come in on Thursday and your budget adoption meeting is the next Tuesday night. And I volunteered to come this evening to make a request to the council to consider an annual fund to the Fire Safe Council to support their work. We came up with the number of $5,000 initially. One example, that $5,000 could be used to set up a number of chipper services. There are currently not, there's no funding for that. They currently don't have any funding for flyers or community banners or even continued education. Now, if the council could find its way to make them or make us a regular part of the city's budget process, I think it would be the next step in this group's getting out in the neighborhoods and organizing, as I say, chipper events, senior help, continuing education, perhaps even play a role in educating our citizens on the evacuation issues. So again, I would ask for 5,000. It sounds like there's an opportunity for even some additional dollars this year. And maybe if the Fire Safe Council is successful with the chipping program, we could look at perhaps a one-time amount of even some more money, and we'll do more chipping. Because as you know right now, chipping is the only way we can get rid of most of the waste. So I'd be happy to answer your questions, and I appreciate your time and ask for your consideration for the Placerville Fire Safe Council.
Thank you, Mark.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. So I understand the mayor's shop local speech, but then I have to wonder too, if the city is going to be spending money on bringing in broadband, isn't that just going to speed up the loss to online sales, make it go faster? So kind of a double-edged sword there. And then I guess I need a new dictionary for time certain 6 p.m. I don't know. I thought my dictionary meant 6 p.m. But anyway, and if you're taking requests for funding, all this massive federal spending, did a rough calculation, or I heard that it's going to cost me in taxes down the road over the years, like at least $150,000. So I'd make a request from your budget for $150,000 to me, and I'll just turn around and give it right back to you, and then I won't owe anything in the future. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further hands up for public comment, I'm going to close the public comment at this time. Bring it back to the council for any further discussion. Mr. Morris, is this an item that we move to request that you bring back a completed budget, or are we pretty much, it's informational only at this time?
If there's anything that you would like us to look at further, based on comments from council, based on comments from the public, et cetera, you can request that now. A couple of those things we talked about may require some additional study that we may not be able to get to a point where we could put it in the budget by June 22nd, because that's going to come up fast on us.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, this is a working document. We make adjustments throughout the year, and we're perfectly willing to do that as directed by the council in order to make things work. For example, the request for fire safe council, I would think in order to maybe proceed with that, and Mr. Acuna mentioned some things that would be good, and I don't disagree with those. Those sound like good items. However, something a little more specific in terms of what the funding would go towards, maybe a sample budget or something, I think would be good for the council to request, and maybe that is something you want to consider going forward. I do also know that they, along with us, applied for a grant through the state, and I think there's a possibility that some of the funding that they applied for could go towards some of the things they're talking about in terms of education and et cetera. From what I understand, their grant went for, as did ours. So those are just things to consider along those lines. And I don't remember what the other thing was, the cemetery issue, but I think that's something we want to address perhaps under another issue or another direction in terms of study and figure out what really needs to happen there. So.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
I am supportive of kind of looking further into supporting the Fire Safe Council. $5,000 seems like a reasonable amount, and it seems like something that we can afford. Certainly something that the city needs in terms of vegetation management and mitigation. So I would be supportive of asking them to bring forth a more detailed budget for consideration of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely would be supportive of that also. Majority of that money going towards chipper services. We're coming into a year where fire safety is going to be more important than it ever has been. And if they can help this town get a little bit more chipped and a little bit more fire safe, I think that's super important. I think maybe we need to have more discussion about the annual, but certainly I support putting that $5,000 in this budget.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Michael.
Just agree with my colleagues, and excuse me, I have a sore throat. I'd also look at potentially our ARPA funds as well. And I know we've talked about this sort of, big vision stuff, but, at the possibility of some funds there. And I know, included in that, the grant that we've applied for, that there would be some community dollars, but certainly the Fire Safe Council, I think, could certainly be part of that as well.
I'll jump in and say, I think if we're gonna keep asking, or we keep giving a lot of accolades to the efforts that the Fire Safe Council has done with virtually no money and a little bit of grant funding, I think we should have some skin in the game and to help support our community. I think they do make a great effort to do what they can to protect us against ourselves and against all, all enemies of fire. So it's I would support it. With that said, though, yes, Patty.
Well, I was just going to say too, that because I've been attending their meetings kind of, as your liaison, and that's what it boils down to. The grants are wonderful and they are out there, but everybody is applying for them and they're so hard to get. And $5,000 maybe sounds like a lot, but it's a drop in the bucket for what these folks need to do. And I really think that probably the majority of it right now would go to the chipper program because it's really needed around this town so badly.
Is it possible to add that to the budget pending a request with more detailed, or do we need to add specificity to the budget line item? If we add that to the budget?
Dave can add to that too, but no, I think we can do that. We can put a placeholder in that for 5,000 for that. And then, but again, figuring out how the accountability would happen and for the spending, I think that's prudent for us to consider that in the process. But yeah, we could do that.
So I'm going to suggest that somebody gets in touch with Chris. I can certainly do it, but I'm wondering if maybe Mr. Morris, Chris is the president, that's not her title, she's chair, to present you with a budget or request.
Yeah, we would absolutely, Dave Warren and I can one of us or both of us contact them, and
okay.
between Mark Acuna and Chris Keeney, we can talk to them and figure out how we structure it and how we move forward. So
great.
So I would request, and it looks like we have a consensus, that we put a placeholder in this current budget so that we don't have to circle back on this, and that administratively our city manager can handle the, looking at that their proposal and giving it a approval. Does that sound fair enough, please?
Sure.
That's good.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments? For the good of the order, we'll send them off and they could bring back a completed budget for us to approve and what is it, June 22nd?
22nd.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you everybody for your comments. And we will certainly look forward to that on the 22nd. So we're going to go ahead and close this public hearing and move on to, or move back to item 8, which is the time certain 6 p.m. public comment, non-agendized items. Well, time certain, in this definition means as soon as possible after or at or after 6 p.m. So here we are at on or after 6 p.m., which is we finished our last agendized item, and that was in progress at 6 o'clock, and now we're going to move forward. So with that said, this portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda that is within the subject matter of jurisdiction of the city council. State law prohibits the council from acting on items not listed on the agenda except by special action item of the city council under specific circumstances. Now, with that said, we have created a new agenda item that if some of you signed on a little bit later, you may not have heard, but we created a new agenda item on an emergency basis that is item 12.1, and that's a discussion and potential action regarding the letter from the governor recommending that we consider keeping outdoor dining for purposes of community health and economic vitality or value to our communities. And so this portion of the public comment will request that you reserve your comments till we have item 12.1 on the agenda, which will be, I believe, immediately after these public, nope, we got one more item, but it'll be 2 items after this. So we will be addressing it later on in the agenda. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. O'Connell and have her please open up public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 8.1, oral communication regarding items not on the agenda. If you're joining by phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. And when I call on you, press *6 to unmute yourself. We'll start with Mark Hakuna. Go ahead.
I think he might have put his hand down. I think it's been up for a while.
I do too.
Yeah.
He's muted, so he could just be talking to himself.
There we go.
Okay, we'll move forward with caller 179. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. I'm looking at the printed agenda where it says time certain at 6 p.m. It's currently 7:18, an hour and 18 minutes off. I would like to suggest that sometimes an improvement is not always an improvement, and I think it would be more considerate of the public, many of whom I think have stopped listening and have hung up for the evening, to put public comment back toward the beginning after the approval of the consent calendar. I believe you can hear more of the public and not less doing that. The Lord God said to Cain, "Where is Abel, your brother?" And Cain replied to the Lord God, "How should I know? Am I my brother's keeper?" A couple items I just want to touch on briefly, but they're not less important by the brevity that I'll have to speak in. Ron Amaral should still be living. On Upper Broadway, where the speed limit is currently 35 miles per hour, that is the speedway for Placerville, not at the fairgrounds. The speedway, if you will position yourself at Airport Road, you'll see the speed of people. They're not driving at 35. They're not driving at 40. How many people, how many deaths, how many maimings will it take? We've been told, me and other advocates, no, we can't put speed bumps in there. How about a speed limit sign that says radar enforced? How about a sign that says children ahead? Because the homeless, the reality of their assessment is 50 to 60 to 75% mentally challenged. How about some rapid flashing lights so the Ron Amaral murder at a ungodly speed limit can be corrected? How about a sign, deer crossing or pedestrian crossing? How about a sign for disabled? Because that's really the case. How about a crosswalk lines, solid or dashed, at least across from the major homeless camp in the county, which is across from Tijuana, Taqueria? How about let's do something to prevent another murder or maiming? 5 people were killed in the last decade on that ungodly road that, thank God, Rebecca has put in a beautiful sidewalk and pedestrian coming up on the south side. The Placerville police have notified the homeless that they're going to be inspecting on the hill, but the overtones of saying that they can only have a place 12 by 10 feet is that going to be moved off of there. I just want to.
We've hit our bumped up against our time here.
I know, but I had to wait an hour and 15 minutes. Can you give me one more minute?
I got to give everybody a fair amount of time, Jonathan. Thank you.
Well, all right.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Good evening. I have several things to discuss. And I'll start with something really good. In case you hadn't heard, the Monument Garden just received funding of $12,000. We haven't received it yet, but we've been approved from the Latrobe Fund. And it's really a blessing and we're very happy about it. And the work will begin on there soon. Public comment. I agree for a different reason that I think public comment should go back to the same place it was instead of offering a time certain. I think it really disrupts the meeting. And I think the flow of the meeting before was better. And who knows, maybe later you'll decide that 5 o'clock is too early to start the meeting. I didn't remember until 7 tonight. So I would suggest that. Another thing, between David Circle and Canal Street, for a couple of months, there's been a mattress sitting in that dirt area there. And I noticed the other day it is gone now. I keep wanting to report it myself, but I know that it got moved and I can't believe it got left there that long. Anyway, I'm sorry that I didn't report it sooner because I think the city should have made sure it was gone sooner. Also, on the El Dorado County Transportation Commission meeting this last week, which I forgot to listen to, they had a big presentation about having Highway 50 be a green light for traffic going west. I was just wondering when that is going to be on the council's agenda, because I get the agendas from the Transportation Commission. If I hadn't looked at it, I wouldn't have realized what was in the process and that it's happening at the Transportation Commission instead of at the city. So anyway, thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you, Kathy.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead. Mandy Rodriguez, are you there? We'll move on to caller 525. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett Koshan. Great budget presentation, and as a nerd, I don't mind sitting past time certain 6 o'clock, but as you're hearing from other people, not everybody finds that to be enjoyable, and hopefully we'll be able to be seeing each other face to face in the future. And I think time certain is a good way to honor the public. I've seen time certain used for many different approaches when there's a guest expert, a public hearing, and the meeting gets interrupted. So I think you need to make a choice long-term when it is a good time to be time certain and you can interrupt your flow. But in the short term, I'd suggest that you follow the county's example and put what your mayor stated as the clarification, so that it basically says time certain, 6 o'clock or later, depending on the meeting flow, the county state's time allocation. And then secondly, at your government workshop or whatever is the appropriate process, I feel it would be beneficial for the public if you were able to clarify how agenda items are placed, both by a member of public, but more importantly, by council members, because this is just an observation as I get to know the process. You do have a future meeting agenda item on your agendas, and it says it takes a majority of the council to place an agenda through that process. But I've observed that, for instance, with the resolution with Hangtown, that 2 council members probably were able to place the agenda item on. And so to me, it's just better if publicly you let any council member request an agenda item, or clarify that it goes through the mayor or the city manager, so that it just seems like there's one clear path. Thank you for your service. And again, it was a great budget presentation.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks again for having me. I hope you're enjoying your evening. Yes, I would like to, as they say, echo the others' opinions about the meeting. It's kind of confusing. And, you know, it's just, I don't know, the county did the same thing, and it's just kind of screws everything up for everyone. We get used to doing something one way, and now you never know what time you're going to be able to speak and open comment. So aside from that, I am very much looking forward to having in-person meetings. I know we're not allowed to ask questions, but it's a statement question. When are you going to open up to the public? And thirdly, there is still an issue on Broadway with the Starbucks Taco Bell entrance. And I have been stuck there several times in the last month. It's actually been going on for a while, but I thought when things opened up more that it would go away, and it is not. It's going to cause an accident, and you just can't get down the street. And I don't think that that's a safe thing. So I really think that you guys should probably try to address that sooner than later. And other than that, you guys have a great evening, and I hope to see you on Saturday at Hangtown Days. Thanks for supporting the community.
All right, thank you.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. So anyway, getting to the time certain for public comment, I think it's a total disrespect of the electorate to go past that. What you need to do, somebody on the council needs to say, point of order, it's 6:01. We need to temporarily table this item we're in, go to public comment, and as soon as that's over, come back to the item we're into. 6 p.m. is a good time for the public to get home, get some things done. You guys are taking care of the boring business beforehand, but you really need to respect the people and hold the time certain. Don't go until the end of your item, the budget, whoop-de-doo. You need to pause, 6 p.m., open it up to public comment, go through that, and then come back to your item. And as for the, I concur with the Taco Bell, Starbucks backup onto Broadway is becoming a public nuisance and a health hazard and a risk of accidents. So something needs to be done immediately. If it's the city putting a K-rail through that entrance right there until the property owners can figure it out, that's what needs to be done, because there is it's become a public safety hazard at times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Ingram, go ahead.
Hi, it's Tammy Dans in place of Ed Ingram. Anyways, good evening, council members. I like the idea of having the public comment at a set time. I do understand that there's other priorities sometimes that cause a little delay. But anyways, besides that, we could use a little more welfare checks here at the bus station activity. Obviously, I'm sure you've heard from, you know, PD is increasing, and just would really appreciate that. And I am so excited over Wagon Train Days this weekend. So I'm glad you guys are all supporting and sponsoring all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no more hands up, we're going to go ahead and close public comment at this time and bring it back to the council. I want to comment on two things. One is that we will be doing very significant, we have a rather large commitment of funds to do public outreach on the trip to green. We're just not there yet. And there'll be a lot more information coming out on that. I hear you loud and clear on the public comment. You know, this was a test drive, and we need to fine tune it, it sounds like. Don't know what that looks like yet, but I think the mayor, vice mayor, and Cleve will sit down and come up with a proposal maybe for next meeting to discuss briefly, to talk about how to move forward with that. And we will commit to doing that. I appreciate all the comments, and I hear what you're saying. You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Doesn't sound like this works for the public, and public comment is truly for the public. So if it's causing that much consternation, we will definitely take a look and take a relook at that. Yes, Councilmember Saragosa.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I go back. I think I made this comment before, and I really think we can leave it up to the mayor and vice mayor, regardless of who's mayor and vice mayor at the time, to look at the agenda and be like, okay, budget's going to go longer. Let's just, we'll have, I don't know, but you can push it out, or you're just never going to, I mean, it's hard to say for certain you're always going to be able to cut off an agenda item, or we have to take a 20-minute break so that we don't go past the time. We know there's only a few, there's several issues that will sometimes cause us to go longer on the front end or on the back end, depending on the issue. So we can kind of, time it around that, and when we post our agenda, to ensure that, red letters or whatever you want to do to say what time public comments is going to be. But I don't think we have to spend a lot of time on it. We kind of know those instances, or if an issue pops up and we're going to have a bunch of public comments that particular day, we can kind of be flexible with it. So just my comments on what I think.
Thank you. We will work on fine tuning it. Yes, Patty.
Well, I thought we did that specifically so to accommodate the public, because we were starting our meetings earlier. If we went back, and several people have said go back to the way it was, well, if we do that, it's going to be shortly after 5 o'clock. And if that meets with their approval, I think we can do it.
Yeah, we'll noodle it over.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the irony that if you looked at 6 o'clock versus 7:20, there were twice as many people in the public online watching and commenting. So that was interesting. But yeah, I mean, the way we used to do public comment was, it's after whatever item. But, if we would have taken 11.2 instead of 11.1, we might have tightened that up and been a little bit closer. So just maybe like Michael said, looking at the items and perhaps the time of them.
Yep. All right. Thank you for all the comments, and we'll go ahead and close the discussion on this item of public comment, and now move on to item 11.2. And thank you, everybody, for 11.2, adopt a resolution approving the engineering reports for the Cottonwood Park and Orchard Hill Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District that is attached hereto for reference. And this is going to be Mr. Warren.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is a routine item and part 2 of the 2-part series. Part 1 occurred at your meeting held on May 25th, when the council adopted a resolution declaring its intention to provide the annual levy and collection of assessments for the city's landscaping and lighting maintenance districts as required by state streets and highways code. Part 2 requires the council to hold a public hearing, which is scheduled for tonight, and adopt a resolution approving the 2 engineer reports in your agenda packet. The city currently has 2 LLMD districts, Orchard Hill and Cottonwood Park. The engineer reports for both districts present status quo budgets and levy amounts. The current level of assessments for both districts are adequate in covering the basic, and I do mean basic, costs for operating and maintaining the districts for fiscal year 21-22. As a side note, it's important to state that neither district has a built-in inflator to help offset the rising cost of maintaining the identified lighting, parks, and open space, and the actual cost for maintaining each district far exceeds the maximum annual assessments. So there's no adjustment annually for inflation. In response to the City Council's request, staff has begun exploring options effective last summer for updating the LMD assessment districts and implementing an annual inflator that would increase the assessments based on the annual change in consumer price index. The city obtained a proposal from its consultant NBS to update the Orchard Hill LMD, including performing a special and general benefit analysis and work to increase the assessments. The cost of the proposal was $29,500 plus any customary out-of-pocket expenses. This base cost is actually a little over $9,000 more than the annual assessments themselves, which is $20,464. Because the Orchard Hill LMD does not have any reserves, the $29,000 price tag was determined to be cost prohibitive. Staff has decided to take a hybrid approach and perform the study in-house with NBS's assistance, which would cost much less. The remaining phases 4 and 6 of Cottonwood Park LMD are currently in development, and the final parcel map is anticipated to be completed in the summer of or fall of 2021. The cost of incorporating phases 4 and 6 into the existing Cottonwood LMD will be borne by the property owner. Staff will be working with the property owner over the coming months to implement phases 4 and 6 into the assessment district as early as the 2023 tax year. So with that, we respectfully request the council to approve the 21-22 LLMD assessments as presented by adopting the resolution in your packet tonight. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions at this time for Dave? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead to Ms. Connell, if you would help with public comment on this item.
Public comment is now open for item 11.2. If you're joining by phone, press star 9 to unmute yourself. I'm sorry, to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute yourself. And you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing no comments, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for any further discussion or motion.
Still on mute.
Oh, who is? I'm not.
I'll move that we adopt the resolution 1 through 4.
Oh, no, I should have known. Okay, so Kara motioned it and Patty Borelli seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, yes. So you're welcome. So that brings us to item number 12.1. And that I'm pulling up a document here real quick. So this was brought up by Governor Newsom's letter dated June 3rd via electronic mail and went out. Talking about the pandemic and its effects and the opportunity for sidewalk dining and how that has contributed to a positive public health environment. And so this was brought forward because we believe it's important to have a discussion about this particular item because it's a timely issue. It's timely because the council has previously adopted a resolution that the end of the outdoor dining, all the encroachment permits and basically the free encroachment permits and access to the parking as well as outdoor dining and private lots would end on June 15th and should by that order be taken down on by June 18th. And with that said, we felt it was important to have a discussion because several people have brought it to our attention that this is important to them. And so we felt it was important to have a discussion and kind of, take a look at this and see if our decision still makes sense or if we need to look at moving in a different direction. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Cleve Morris for a brief. He prepared a brief report for us, and we can go from there.
And actually, I'm going to have Mr. Rivas do this. He did the previous one.
Oh,
And
thank you.
he actually prepared this information. So he'll go through that.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. You covered a lot of the staff report, so thank you for reading it before before I give the presentation. That's good. So just to recap, yes, the city council back on your May 11th meeting, you approved a resolution that effectively would terminate the outdoor, the no fee outdoor dining permit. And then we were going to allow them to continue through June 15th. That would be the end of the program. And we then allowed them the following Friday to have any encroachment removed from public right of way. So yes, on June 3rd, there was a letter, there was an announcement and a letter from the governor's office. He is basically urging that local jurisdictions consider extending any outdoor dining permits through the end of the year. One, just to continue to support the economic viability of the businesses, and then two, to allow the businesses then to recoup the investment in their outdoor dining structures. So those were the two basic reasons that were cited by the governor. And so we wanted to bring this to the council to give you a chance to accept public comment on this, and then determine whether or not you should basically continue with terminating the program on June 15th, or continue it towards the end of the year, or what staff mentioned in the staff report. If you're looking at continuing it, maybe you just continuing it through some time period after, say, Halloween, because once you get into the November, December months, you're going to have cold, rainy weather. You're going to have a lot of people then that would rather dine inside, and all the restaurants we would assume would have 100% occupancy indoors at that time. And then of course we have, usually that's when there's a real premium for parking during those holiday periods. And so to have the on-street available for parking is probably good during that time of year as well. Staff has already submitted notices to all the permit holders regarding the termination of the program at the June 15th date. During that time, there was only one permit holder that was very strongly against discontinuance of the program and was a strong advocate for continuing it. And in response to that too, I just want to point out, and it's also in your staff report, that this Friday's Placerville Economic Advisory Committee, there is an item on the agenda so that the committee can consider a more permanent long-term outdoor dining permit program. And so we'll be looking at different things, whether or not we want to have public parklets that are open to the general public, versus a permitting process where a particular restaurant could make application and then secure a parking stall or two under some permitting process. But of course, that would be for the exclusive use of the restaurant. So that we'll start that process then this Friday with Economic Advisory Committee. So with that, I think the staff report is pretty thorough, and it sort of characterizes the situation we're under, and staff is available to answer any questions you have at this time. And that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Okay. I have several questions, and I just want to, I guess I'm going to ask them now because it might help frame some other questions from our public or comments. They have barriers. Some are water filled, some are K-rails. One of the reasons that this has always been a concern to me is public safety. I mean, a lot of people like the idea of it. It looks nice. It has a good feeling. How effective are water-filled K-rail, water-filled barriers? Because they're fatter, they're bigger, they're just they are what they are. They're plastic, as opposed to a concrete K-rail. I guess I'll leave it up to somebody staff to chime in.
I'll leave that to someone in the engineering staff.
Okay.
Nick or Rebecca can answer that best, I think.
As far as preventing traffic collisions, the water fill barriers, they're not the best. K-rail, the 20-foot sticks of concrete K-rail are definitely your best bet. You know, and you're kind of alluding to some of our concerns with the on-street dining. You know, we've been pretty fortunate over the last year to not have what I would consider a catastrophic impact in terms of damage to a unit. Some of the units actually have been hit. One of our employees actually was dining in one of them when it got hit. So I do caution about, you know, it's, you know, you're kind of running the risk the longer you have them in place. We have had some issues with some of the existing units encroaching into the travel way, even after we've asked them to please, you know, maintain within parking stall areas per the little striping tick marks that are out there for on-street parking. So, and as far as their effectiveness to switch to a barrier, you know, you're kind of trading one for another. It's the impact that might be the bigger issue. Did that answer your question?
I guess
another fact that I would mention too is that, as can be seen in the water-filled barriers that are placed around the culvert, people just bump into those pretty lightly, and they get moved pretty frequently if they're not pinned together.
So what you're saying is you need to have multiple plastic barriers connected together to get the strength out of it that you would need for a vehicle impact?
That would help. I still don't think it would be as good as a concrete K-rail though.
They're not built for impact.
Okay. I see Chief Wren jumping in here.
Yeah, we did a study about this. I think it was 2016 or 2017. We actually brought folks from the state who deal with issues of vehicular assaults on pedestrians. And concerning those barriers, there's a lot of factors, a lot of variables that come to play. Obviously, size of the vehicle and speed of the vehicle at the time of impact, and the manner in which it's impacting it. Is it a glancing blow or is it a head-on? I think with plastic barriers, you're going to have that friction issue where a vehicle can hit it and actually push it forward without disabling the vehicle, because ultimately that's what you would want to prevent pedestrian or people from getting hurt, is for the vehicle to be disabled so it can no longer travel. Your cement barriers would be a better option, but still it would depend. And somewhere in my 3-ring binders in this office, there's actually a sheet that talks about speeds and size of vehicles. And they use the most common vehicle that we would find would be the Ford F-150. And that's the standard in which they use to make those determinations. So cement barrier is not perfect. There's still issues, but it's a better option than a plastic one would be.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could make an additional comment on that. When you're looking at the plastic barriers or these other, I would just call them temporary barriers, they are just that, temporary. And one of the issues that we have here on Main Street is the lack of right-of-way. Staff has toured a number of different cities and towns that have both temporary and the more permanent parklets or outdoor dining areas, and they have much more room available to employ these types of barriers, both either it's permanent or a temporary barrier. With the plastic ones, of course, you don't have the weight as a K-rail where you have the heavy cement. And of course, it's shaped in a way that'll deflect the vehicle away from the actual structure. But when we're talking about the more permanent parklets and more permanent outdoor dining areas, you're looking at a concrete barrier. You go to most towns, they're built permanently, they're affixed to where they're anchored into the concrete or into the pavement. And they're typically concrete, so where, you know, depending upon the speed of the traffic, I don't think we have speeds on Main Street where you're going to see the car cream into it anyway. But normally here we're talking about speeds of, you know, 20, 25 miles an hour, usually maximum, unless somebody's, let's just say, impaired in some manner and isn't paying much attention. But that's what I see as our main problem. There's only a few spots or only a selected segments of Main Street that can accommodate the more permanent outdoor dining or parklet area, where we're going to be able to ensure then that should the barrier be hit, that you're not going to have injury.
I'm asking these questions because I want to understand the level, and I think it's a really important question for us to ask and for the community to understand as we have this discussion. What liability, let's just assume that if something gets hit, somebody's going to get hurt, and that's a bad thing. And then they're, after that, they go to the hospital, everything else is there. After that comes the lawsuits. What liability or risk? Because I don't believe that we can contractually remove the city from that liability. So we have liability because we're having this discussion. We're saying it's okay to do this. And I just want to know that as we're doing this, it's okay, and that we are assuming the risk and liability of a car hitting a structure that is comprised of pallets screwed together in just screwed together. And so that's a risk that we are we willing to take? And that's part of the question I think we need to ask ourselves.
Well, I would defer to council, but part of our application process is we did require all permit holders to enter into an indemnification agreement to hold the city and its employees and hold us harmless. But I would think, what I suspect Mr. Driscoll is going to say, that's not going to prevent someone that's injured from suing all parties, including the city.
Yeah, and I also actually want to support what Pierre is saying as well. In addition to the indemnity agreement, we also required all the permittee holders to have encroachment permits, which also covers additional insurance requirements. Insurance was required by the permit applicants, as well as we also have an indemnity clause in the permit conditions for that as well.
And just to chime in,
please.
what Pierre and Rebecca says correct. It's not going to stop the city from getting sued. If someone is injured because a car runs into one of those parklets or structures, we're going to get sued. The only thing that we can do to protect ourselves is to require that the person or the entity that is using that structure have sufficient insurance to cover us, and it's the right type of insurance, because just an indemnity agreement may not be worth the paper it's written on if the entity doesn't have any assets. It's the insurance that you're going to be looking to protect the city. And as long as our requirements are written correctly so that it's primary insurance, not secondary, so our insurance doesn't have to come up first, and it's in a sufficient amount, we would at least hopefully be protected from having to pay for somebody's damages or injuries. But it's not going to stop us from getting sued.
Okay. And that's essentially the same thing that a business would have for somebody that would trip and fall within their premise, or insurance that covers an injury occurring on their property or within their place of business.
Correct.
Okay. Oh yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Question for Pierre. I was wondering what the time period you think is before Pete comes back with a recommendation about the long-term solutions to, maybe permanent parklets or a special use permit for these parking spaces.
It's difficult to judge because I think the economic advisory, and I'm sure Mr. Morris can chime in if I go off in the wrong direction, but Peak is looking more at the economic purposes of moving forward with this and how that can benefit the businesses and benefit the city and our tourism. But the same as when we went through the sidewalk dining program, that's a program where it's going to involve going through the planning commission. They're going to look at the aesthetics, the design. We're working closely with engineering, looking at then what are the minimum engineering requirements for a permanent structure, how that would be. And then that would eventually then come back to the council with the recommendations from all of these different, from staff, from the Economic Advisory Committee, and then from the Planning Commission on how these things would proceed, what the process would be, how the structures would look like, and then how they're going to be fortified to withstand impact from a vehicle.
I would expect, council, that from Peak's position, you're probably not looking at this calendar year. Hopefully they could have something by the end of the year, and maybe you look at it for the coming, next spring when the weather improves. But it's not something that we would be looking at this calendar year. I mean, we hope to move as quickly as possible, but there's a lot of details, as Mr. Rivas mentioned, in order to move it forward.
Yes, Patty.
But tonight, we're just making a decision whether to extend what they've got there now. We're not talking about anything permanent. We're not making, any, in other words, we're not promising them that if they remove them now, they can bring them back or they can leave them there or whatever. We're just talking about whether we should extend what's there now. And quite frankly, I think what's there now I think they look horrible. And I think that, and I realize they were put together quickly, but there's no rhyme or reason to, I mean, everybody's got a different idea, and to just see those wooden pallets and a bunch of wood, and some of them, it leaves a lot to be desired. And I'm not, I know people love to sit outside and eat and drink, but at what cost? It's difficult to get down Main Street sometimes. If you try to pass a bus or a large truck, God forbid that you're not at one of those, like Rebecca indicated. Some of them have exceeded the parking spaces, and it's just darn hard to get down Main Street. And I just think that all those things need to be considered. It's nothing against, and I don't know that it's going to decrease their business if we, don't allow it. Or if we, in that program, because this, I think Dennis said, or somebody, but I think this is, people are going to be allowed to eat indoors. And I'm not at all for keeping what they have out there now for any long period of time. And I certainly agree that we should, if we're going to extend it, it shouldn't go any further than October. I don't think we need it, after that.
Kara.
Here, well, there's, we're talking a lot about the stands on Main Street, but there's also a lot of restaurants that have private parking lots, which is kind of a whole separate issue. I am very sympathetic to the restaurant industry. However, I recognize with the Main Street stalls that there are real public safety, aesthetic, and also fairness issues, because those are public parking spaces that are assessed for the whole district. But then there's the issue of restaurants that own their own parking lot and may have outdoor dining set up, and should that be treated differently? And if so, how can we still encourage them to have outdoor dining? I mean, would that be like a site plan review amendment, or that's a question for Peter. How do you differentiate?
Yes, that is correct. Currently, at least this resolution that's before you would terminate the program both for outside dining on the sidewalk, in the street, and within public parking lots. They were all free. They just had to meet minimum requirements, submit a site plan, and then it was approved over the counter by staff without fee. So for restaurant businesses that want to have outdoor dining, we typically would approve that under a site plan review, so that we could then examine the more permanent, the aesthetics of the enclosure. Does it affect circulation within the parking lot? Does it restrict the number of parking stalls that they're supposed to have to support the business? Many of these restaurants are in a sort of a plaza kind of a situation where the parking lot is serving a number of different businesses. And we just want to make sure then that it's not affecting the overall parking requirements. But yes, we would do that under a site plan review process. If it was a special event, we would do that under a temporary use permit, but that would be then for the more permanent situations and not the one that was designed for COVID, not to cost the owner any expense.
So am I understanding it correctly that if we went ahead and ended this program as we had previously decided, but a restaurant that owned its own parking lot could then go to your department and file a site plan amendment to have
Yes.
dining? And is there any regulatory relief on the number of parking spaces that there, because I know that parking spaces are kind of set per capacity of the use in the facility. But the governor is urging regulatory relief to allow for outdoor dining. So are there any leeway to allow people that have their own parking spaces to infringe on their own parking spaces?
You could extend this program then to just apply to private parking areas to the end of the year, if you wish. But once that program's over and there's no longer the reason under the COVID restrictions that put us in this situation in the first place, they would then apply on their own in the future if they wanted to have outdoor dining through an amendment to their approved site plan or come through with a new site plan under site plan review. Typically, it's the applicant that would justify or demonstrate that there is sufficient parking to serve the needs of the businesses during normal working hours, business hours.
And then another question is, there's a monetary value for the parking spaces that I don't know it off the top of my head, but I know that the city has assessed the value of parking spaces in the parking district. Would it make sense, since if we decided not to terminate this program, would it make sense for those that want to continue with taking up parking spaces to pay for that parking space? And that might discourage people that aren't really fully utilizing their spaces to take them down. And only the ones that were fully utilizing them would opt for that option.
I know I've heard complaints from other business owners on Main Street that they feel that sometimes a lot of these outdoor parking areas are not being utilized and not utilized for most of the day, maybe sometime in the evening. So I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that's a very creative idea to sort of have the individual business then assess their situation financially on whether or not having it, really makes financial sense for them if there is some kind of a cost for occupying the public right of way.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for preparing the staff report on such short notice. And thanks to my colleagues for considering this. This is something that I'm really torn about because on one hand, I want to support, businesses as they recover from everything as much as possible. But on the other hand, there are some real issues with these stands, especially the ones on Main Street in the public parking lot. So I noticed that there are some folks from Peak and some downtown merchants and some downtown restaurant owners in the attendees, and hopefully when we get to public comment on this item, they'll speak up and kind of share what they think about this.
Yes, Patty.
So we're just talking about restaurants because bringing up other businesses. To me, if we grant the restaurants a reason to have something out in the parking lot, I don't see why we don't have to grant it to somebody else to, move some of their goods out in a parking space. So, and I did notice that when this first started, some folks did that, but I think it created more problems. But I mean, this thing could just, it could snowball, and we could end up having all the parking places actually with, business out in the street. If it came down to that, if you really looked at it in that manner. So I really think we met the emergency needs, and I think we've done a commendable job in allowing what we did allow. And I think that hopefully that it gave the restaurants enough business to stay in business, actually. And so I don't think that we need to feel badly if we decide on a caution of safety issue to not, let this go on too much longer.
Thank you, Patty. I'm going to go ahead, unless somebody wants to make an additional comment, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. And so Ms. O'Connell, if you would please help us out.
Public comment is open for item 12.1. This is regarding the extension of the outdoor sidewalk and street dining. We'll start with Sue Rodman. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. I think that what we have done with our outdoor dining has served its purpose, and we should go ahead and end it as we have proposed to do, especially along Main Street. I think that is a safety hazard. I've had to dodge, like Patty said, you see a big truck coming at you and you wonder, okay, how is he going to get past those outdoor dining and not hit me? And trying to dodge into an empty parking place a little bit so that they can get by. I think it's as it exists, it's a safety hazard. And I think going into when we're looking at having more tourist traffic coming through, it's going to be a bigger safety issue. And I think that we can split this and say, if you have your own parking, as Kara suggested, if you own your own parking lot and you want to do something and it's not in the city street, come in and get a modified permit and go ahead and do that. But I think all the stuff along Main Street needs to go. I think it is a safety hazard. I think it is served its purpose. And I think if the state is all the way open as of the 15th, then these things do need to be gone by the 18th, just as was proposed at the last city council meeting. And we can be done with this because, as Patty said too, we've got other people who want to put their stuff out in the street. And pretty soon you have no parking along Main Street. It's pretty tight now. And if we want to have our tourists be able to come in and patronize our businesses, they have to have some place to stash the car. So they need a parking place. And if we've taken up all the parking places with outdoor dining, when we don't absolutely have to have outdoor dining anymore, it doesn't make good sense to me. I think that it needs to end and end as we proposed. The governor may be looking at places where the streets are wider, but Main Street is narrow as it is. And by taking up the parking places with the outdoor dining, and as was said, a lot of them are encroaching more, they're a little bit more than a parking place wide. I think it needs to end. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So I'll echo those previous comments. The City Council absolutely saved a ton of businesses on Main Street by doing this emergency thing of allowing the on-street merchandising. And I always found it kind of wrong that restaurants were allowed and not the others. They all pay into the same parking district. They all pay the same fee. So if you're looking at a lawsuit, unequal application of the law, allowing the restaurants to have street retail and not the other retail would just be another issue to think about. The public health emergency has been over for a long time. It's time to get back to normal. If at street dining is important, it all needs to go through normal review, public consensus, design review, all of that. If you let it go for, if you extend for another month, fine, whatever. Those with private lots, they should be able to do whatever they can on their own private property. These are public spaces. Those spaces are worth a certain dollar amount. So there needs to be a decision on what those spaces cost. If you're going to do a parklet and allow it, the person renting the space needs to cover the exact cost of the publicly owned parking space. So it has to be equal treatment under the law for every business. And we need to take our time to design, if we're going to allow, if we want outdoor dining. If you look at the old late 1800s photos of Main Street, there was a lot of second floor balconies over the sidewalks. So if the city would want to reduce fees or make it easier to build a second floor balcony overlooking, you would have both the open parking space and the outdoor dining on the second floor balcony overlooking Main Street. These are things that we can all talk about in the future and get into more nitty gritty. So there's no real hurry right now. We need to take our time if we're going to do the outdoor Main Street dining and really think about, what it's going to look like. It's a historic district. We have to spend the time to make sure it looks right and not thrown together. It's time for these little huts to be taken away. They are kind of a blight. And I would say that you need to tell the restaurants, tell us the usage. Tell us how much these things are being used. Because it sounded like in the staff report, there was one restaurant that really wanted it. And they're actually, the only view you get is of their storefront. They have the view to the street blocked with so much greenery. Anyway, some thoughts there.
Thank you.
Dana LeBlanc, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Dana. Thank you.
Great, great, great. Well, first off, I want to thank everybody because everybody who's speaking, everybody who's there cares. We're here together. So I appreciate that. I am really, really enjoying the feedback because it's coming from all angles and all perspectives. As a business owner and having just been around the last week surveying other business owners in the same space as I am, which is the restaurant business, most of them are sharing that they do want to keep their parklets. That said, I do agree with parties that are saying they are eyesores, they're poorly put together. I get that. And I think the spirit of what happened that these came together in such a hurry was that these businesses were going to go out of business if they didn't do something quickly. I also think that is the spirit of what the state is saying right now, is that we are in a recovery mode. And just an example, my own space cost me $3,000 to put together. I'm contingent upon what I hear from this meeting as to whether I want to spend another $1,000 buying more tables and umbrellas. And I have no way of doing misters or anything like that. So it's very, very hot on the street. So that's going to be a challenge in the summer and the rain in the winter. But it's been up and down, in and out of our buildings. The restaurants are only open a very short period of time. They have 4 to 6 hour windows maximum to make their profits. And I think that's why they're impacted oftentimes more than other stores. That said, I do respect the other stores that they have a right to have space as well. And I do agree that this is a public area. So I propose that if we continue with these, that we offer options for other stores to use some of our space. And I have no problem myself, I don't know about the others, offering some space in the periods where I'm not using mine. Because I have that 4 hour window, at lunchtime, basically, that my unit's used. So those might be some areas we can investigate. As far as something more permanent, from what I'm hearing, it's going to be one of these areas where it could take 6 months to a year or more. And then we have to have some standards that we'll run under. So I suggest that we just run a very short period of time, maybe a few more months, to recover. That is the spirit of what was being done with this whole process, and you folks offering it to us, and the city's offering it to their people. I have been to other cities, and I will give you an example. I think it mentioned this to one of the council members in a talking just a few weeks ago, that Roseville is an example of somewhere the city got involved. They built all the parklets to a standard with the protections that you were discussing early on in this, so that they knew those standards would be met. It, as us just throwing together pallets and trying to do what we can do to keep our businesses alive. And then some of us, as some of you may know, had COVID issues, and that was a challenge for us too. Open, close, open, close, open, close for some of these stores. So we need to survive. They just raised my rent. Now you're talking if I do have to pay rent to have space on the street, that kind of precludes me from wanting to consider it. So things to think about. As I shared, the other owners are telling me they do want to keep theirs. I don't think I've come across one that said they didn't. I think some are more vocal about it. Some are more flexible with it about keep it or not keep it. But if I am going to keep it, there's a big expense and I need to figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Tony Wendell, go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks so much for taking my call. This is a touchy one here, because I definitely am sometimes uncomfortable putting my opinion out there on these calls, because then the next day I'm totally flamed for it on Facebook. But I really do think that if we are going to continue this and they're going to move on, and I see both sides of this, and I understand why the restaurants would want to have these out there. If that's going to happen, I really do think there should be a design element to it. The one particular restaurant that's very vocal about gathering signatures and calls about keeping these out there, their design is really nice. And the one that's directly in front of my store is not. And I also want to kind of, I looked at the letter today that Newsom sent, and I do think he's more addressing cities and towns that have a larger space to put these in there. These facilities, these outdoor facilities, kind of represent, the innovation that our town did, that they came up with to survive during this. And taking them down on the 18th was kind of like was symbolic to, hey, we're almost done with this. We got through this. These are coming down. And ironically, masks are no longer going to be mandated around the same exact time. And yes, Bonkers is no longer going to mandate masks at that time too. And so I kind of I was excited about this. I thought we're going to get this, we're going to be done. We're moving on. We're going to have more room in our streets. And this is going to be out there. And also, delivery wise, big, huge trucks, it's very hard for those guys to park and make deliveries downtown. It's hard for people to park and whatnot. So I just hope that, if we do move forward with this and keep these going for a longer period of time, that we do, have a system in place to make them look really, really nice. I also want to make mention that the public house is opening in their new larger location, and the green room is now there, and we're going to need parking for those areas too. So, on a personal note, I wish that these would come down. And I would also like to remind some of the restaurants that want them to stay up that, during the time that they were not allowed to have full capacity or any capacity indoors, in order to survive, they did have people eat inside. And it almost seems like a bit of double dipping now if we're going to allow restaurants to open 100% and still have these outside as well, because the original buildings, original rental agreements did not have outdoor dining. But knowing that this is still special circumstances and we're still trying to survive and still trying to catch up, if we are going to move ahead, let's just make them look really nice. And we'll discuss this more at Peak on Friday too, I'm assuming. But I really do think the 18th should be the day. And at that time, masks are off. We celebrate. This is done. and let's kick some butt and have some fun at Wagon Train. All right, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome.
John Clarici, go ahead.
Hi there. This is your peak moment here, apparently. Yes, I think what the city did and the community did at the beginning of all this was admirable and helping out the restaurants. I remember having a conversation with the then vice mayor, I believe, about this issue before any of the kind of temporary structures went up. You know, I think my suggestion would be that we make an end of this particular phase of this. And then you set the peak and the planning commission on the task of coming up with a policy. And I guess one of the ways I'm looking at it is that with all due respect to everybody's efforts to build these things on Main Street, I can't imagine a universe where any of them would be allowed if there was any standard, you know, like an aesthetic standard, a construction standard, any kind of a standard. So, you know, if you want to keep things around that, plausibly you won't probably be able to have, if in fact we do some sort of on-street dining. Now we're talking about on the sidewalk dining. That's part of the mix, I'm assuming, in a kind of a broader policy of having outdoor dining. But if you were actually putting something out in the street, as far as I can tell, just from a public safety standpoint and all sorts of other issues, there's nothing out there currently that would stand muster. You'd have to rebuild every one of them or some of them. And then there is this issue, I think, also that we have to talk about and publicly is the other merchants on Main Street and the parking. Oh, and by the way, we have to keep, this is like whack-a-mole. No merchant or building pays into the parking district unless you lease parking, okay? We need to keep saying that. Nobody pays into the parking district if you own a business or if you own a building unless you lease parking. All the revenues generated through fees on parking, the people that buy it either lease it or do it on an hourly or 2 hourly basis. So just for the public's edification around this subject. So anyway, I am very much looking forward to talking about this at our peak meeting on Friday and kind of getting that ball rolling. But I think it would make sense to just bring this particular phase to an end and then starting a new phase where we can sit down and have a real sober discussion and get the entire community involved in this. So anyway, that's it for me. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, John.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
I think there are a few things to consider. One is when discussing speed and told that the speed limit is 20 miles an hour, that doesn't take into account traveling from east to west in the afternoon when the sun hits you in the face. So that can be too much, especially like Sacramento Street. Same story. In the afternoon when the sun's in your face, anything close to 15 miles an hour is dangerously fast. I think that when you had peak advise you that there was some economic advantage for stimulation of business downtown, the restaurant business, you rob one side and you pay another. What about the businesses that need the parking? I had a meeting this afternoon with a couple of lawyers. One of them, who came here from San Diego in the 70s, said he doesn't go to Placerville because of the parking. So more needs to be done to make sure that the public outside of the city knows about all the parking that's available and how to use it. I see some real dangers in extending this. It's been dangerous already. How many people hit the parklet that you did have? What would happen when we've seen somebody put on the gas pedal when they think they're putting on the brakes and go through a crowd, or has a stroke while they're driving? The potential for absolute disaster is incredible. And I'm not sure that the insurance policies that have been required have that kind of scrutiny that would stand, and you face some real big bills. So that's why I think it's really unwise to extend it for very long, maybe the 1st of July, August maybe, but certainly not into October. those are the reasons you're taking away from business that serves other needs, retail. Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. All right, one more.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Sorry, our situation is different because it is street dining versus sidewalk dining, and it's on a very narrow street that has traffic on it. It seems like the state is merely making a suggestion. Sunday evening, driving through at dinner time, there were only 3 people in one spot, and the rest of them all looked abandoned. Summer is coming. The weather is hot. The town will be busier. There'll be more need for parking. It takes away from the non-restaurant businesses. And it takes away from the character of the town, because when you're driving through, you're trying to look for pedestrians because it's hard to tell where they might be. And you're sort of trying to dodge the structures. It seems like you would have a fee, and it also seems like there would be standards. But it's not like other places that can put up tables and umbrellas outdoors. And the structures really have become an eyesore. It looks like they fulfilled their useful life, and perhaps it's time to follow what you decided at the last time you talked about this and be done with the street dining for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Thank you. I just signed on to this meeting because I was at another meeting, so I'm sorry if what I have to say is redundant. What I'd like to say, though, is regarding the street dining, I'd like to see that if it does continue, that we have a compromise, that perhaps we allow, let's just say, 4 of them on the street, perhaps taking up 1 parking space each. Perhaps they could be assigned by lottery. Perhaps they could rotate to other restaurants after some number of months. I'd like to see them be uniform in nature. I think that a couple of them that are the simpler type, like in front of a cup of coffee or in front of Heyday, where the sides are open, we're coming into good weather. They have a roof for the sun. They have the bottom half, which is something like lattice. I think we need to be done with the pallets. I understand when they had to be quickly constructed, people used whatever materials they could and inexpensively. I do like the fun nature of outdoor dining. I think it's just a bit much now. What probably other people have said, with parking being at a shortage. I was downtown on a Friday evening a couple of weeks ago. There was not 1 spot on the street, not 1 spot in the old City Hall parking lot, and I got the last spot on the 2nd story. And on Friday nights, the 3rd floor isn't available to the public. So yes, there is a parking shortage, and so we have to be concerned about that. And I'm grateful that we were able to have them during the worst of the pandemic, but we're coming into good weather, and I don't think they make any sense at all for when it's cold and they get closed in. That's kind of besides the point. But again, some uniformity, and I think merchants are clever and creative, and I prefer they come up with a uniform design rather than the parklet idea. So that's all I have to say, and I'll look forward to hearing what you all have to conclude on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. All right, seeing no further hands up, we're going to go ahead and close public comment at this time and bring back to the council for further discussion. Yes, Michael.
Thanks. Thank you. And I may not be able to talk. My sore throat. But I just wanted to, I really wanted to hear what people had to say before I made any comments. I was really interested to hear the community input on this issue. I mean, I think the interesting thing, and granted, this is last minute, and so people might not have known, but we had one restaurant owner that called in tonight. Everybody else either were maybe building owners or constituents, but really just one restaurant owner that called in. I did the same thing. I've been driving around every day, checking them just to kind of see, and the level of folks sitting in them has gone down precipitously, even on weekend nights, and it's been warm. And so I think people have chosen to stay in, to either order to go or eat inside, unless it's already dark and it's not so hot outside that people have used them. But I've Saturday and Sunday, I think even on Memorial Day, I drove through and they were basically empty, and not even just empty, but abandoned empty, in the sense that there wasn't even tables inside of some of them. And so it was just a structure. So I think prior to us, I don't know if that was a function of us, calling for this to end by the 15th or the 18th, whatever day it was. And so people were starting to, or restaurant owners were starting to kind of segue out of using them. But I can say, I mean, and I've looked at all different times, and they are not used hardly at all, unless it's overflow. And so I do think it's probably okay to stop this program as is at this point. I love the idea of outdoor dining, and I think there's a need for it and a way to do it that Peak and Planning Commission can come back with something. It's probably going to be seasonal because people, I mean, we got lucky this year in terms of the pandemic that we had a really bad winter and it wasn't so cold that people, were able to kind of withstand sitting out there during those times when restaurants weren't open. But given the choice between sitting inside and sitting outside in the winter, I don't think you're going to get a lot of takers, as we move forward. So I see this almost as a seasonal type of outdoor dining as it is anyways, to some degree. And I think to the callers that have called in, they're right. I mean, even in Sacramento, you go downtown, there's a lot of extra room where you can do something like this. And they have closed streets in Midtown where you have sort of restaurants that are on corners and they can kind of share an area. But there's a lot of different traffic areas for traffic to flow that we don't have in Placerville. We have a main street, and that's really the heart of where we go. And so it makes things difficult. It's not an apples to apples comparison with other cities. So I think it's probably time to end it. I would, if we were going to extend it, I would say, let's through July 4th, through the 4th of July, people want to sit outside, I don't know if it'll be fireworks or not, but people want to go out that evening, maybe, and we close it down that next week. But I think that for me, that would be the farthest that I would like to see it continue in this current, the way it's currently constructed. They are falling apart and it was done at the last minute, and I don't see people using them as much. So those are my thoughts for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Jackie, no.
Yeah, I want to thank Kara for bringing this forward and giving us the opportunity to talk about this. And I appreciate all the comments from the public and everyone. I've been sitting here making lists of the positives and the negatives and coming back to the question of, do we have these as an urgency item anymore? And a lot of the comments that are being made really are referring to what they would want in a permanent structure, expecting people to make all these changes for something that's going to end in less than 4 months isn't going to be cost effective for them. I honestly think we should just stick with the decision we made, though I appreciate the opportunity for the conversation.
Thank you, Jackie. Any further comments here? Yes, Patty.
I agree, but as I said in the beginning, but I also think that I know that you're talking about bringing it back to Peak, but I remember several years ago when we, and Pierre, I think, can back me up on that and maybe give some more details, but we did talk about sidewalk dining, and I think that there were some maybe regulations set then, but it has to do with space, and as you well know, there's only a couple places downtown that, and one of them being the pizza parlor, that he had, you know, the legal amount of space that he needed for the outdoor dining. And there's not too many others without, you know, if they put tables on the sidewalks, then people can't walk on the sidewalk. So we've got walking out on the, you know, the streets. So, you know, it's just, Main Street is what it is, and we can't rebuild it. And, you know, that's what it boils down to. But no, I agree. I would like to just follow the decision that we made at the last meeting and see the program discontinued now.
Thank you. I think the adage of believing what you see and more than what you hear sometimes is important, and that I think is, as indicated by quite a few people who have observed these. You know, there's one restaurant that has about 40 feet of street used up, and they have one table in there and a couple chairs, and it's been that way for quite a while. And to me, that's disingenuous to the rest of the merchants downtown who count on those parking spaces to support their businesses. And even those businesses that are seeing lackluster support for their units, you know, it was given with a spirit of understanding that the restaurants needed help, and that they needed support from our community and from the council, and we did it at no charge. And the city, you know, jumped in, and we didn't pile on any the long list of restrictions and requirements. You know, we bat around the idea of design standards, and that kind of went out the door. And, you know, like I've said before, we're a little bit scrappy in this town, and it was evident by the design of some of our outdoor structures. And so it kind of added a little unique character to it as well. So it you know, it's not all bad. It's a little bit of, it's an indication a little bit of who we are. And some of them, you know, you have beautiful greenery on it, and some of them are pallets and all the things in between. So it worked, and it did the job. And like Manny said, I think we reached that point where we have by their actions have basically indicated that they're no longer needed. And yet I don't blame them for hanging on to it, because you never know you just don't know what the governor's going to do, and you just don't know what this pandemic is going to do. But the trajectory that we're in looks like it's a good trajectory. It looks like restaurants will be opening up to 100%, which is the reason why they had those. Most businesses did not have a capacity issue. And when you talk about fairness, the restaurants had a capacity issue. My business and other businesses, they said don't let so many people in, but they literally said only so much seating for restaurants. And I never exceeded capacity, and most businesses didn't. But restaurants had that problem, and that was the reason why they were singled out, and they were given priority over other businesses to one, support them with no expenses, and in doing so, and give them the opportunity to stay in business. And it worked. And I think it made the difference. Some restaurants was found extremely difficult, but it still worked. I have some notes here. Give me just a second there, Patty. I'll catch up with you.
No, I thought you were through. Go ahead.
Okay, that's all right. I was just kind of double checking my notes here. And I think the parking is going to be an important issue to consider for the other merchants, because 25 years ago, then City Council member Jerry Bennett, who was my boss, told me that a parking space was worth $13,000 a year and to the city. And that was the value of a parking space. And that was 25 years ago. And I imagine that the cost or the value of that, and that was determined by a company, a consultant that did an analysis on our downtown and parking and the whole bit. And so that was part of that report. And I imagine it's gone up now. So parking is, I think everybody thinks parking is valuable, and by virtue of you need spaces for customers, it is. I'm going to leave it at that. I do think that it served its purpose. I appreciate the the thoughtfulness that everybody has provided tonight in terms of their, considering the restaurants and supporting the restaurants. And by gosh, we came out in droves and supported these restaurants through these challenges. And they worked hard with minimal staff and trying to deal with all these COVID restrictions, and it was a good thing. So with that, my comments are done. Patty.
I was just going to say, I don't think that there's a fear of we're going to have to go backwards. I really don't. What I got out of the comments that I received is that people just enjoy sitting outside and dining, and I don't think that that's a reason for us to allow this to continue, because considering why this was passed in the first place.
Right. Yes.
And I think Cleveland has the amount, what it costs for a parking space, don't you, Cleve? We talked about that the other day, and I think PG&E took a parking space, and you said some amount that what it's worth. So.
Well, we did some analysis just on what we what we charge for a parking space and over a number of years, but it's not an official number that we can.
Yeah. There's an economic value, and we do charge rent to other people who have parking spaces in the city, or at least we have done that. Yes, Karen.
Well, I do think that preferences have changed, and people have really become attached to outdoor dining, and I get that. I enjoy eating outside as well. So I'm glad that Peak is taking this up. But I agree with the comments that, we should really take a hard look at it, come up with some permanent solutions that work for the downtown and for the streets that we have, instead of just letting these temporary structures that were put up in an emergency to just kind of continue on indefinitely, continuing to get pushed back. So I'm on board with the direction that the motorcycle out here.
That might be one that might hit one of them.
And I agree with the vice mayor too, in your carrying your earlier comments about, if you're in a private lot and you have the parking spaces, there's nothing that precludes you from moving forward to Pierre's office with site plan review to look at that, and be able to still do some sort of outdoor dining in addition to your indoor.
So is that a motion?
Well, Mayor, if you're not proposing to change anything, there's no motion necessary on this.
Well, I guess the question for Pierre may be, do we need to change something to get to where Michael is thinking? Is there anything that we're doing differently or that we could do differently?
I guess the question is he asking that on a temporary basis? So I heard it maybe on more of a permanent basis for outdoor dining for those private parking lots.
It's kind of a twofer, I guess. I mean, for right now, it probably would be temporary until we came up with design. I mean, I like to see Peak and Planning Commission come up with the more holistic design standards and things. But if they have the space right now and it wasn't impeding anything, I mean, I don't know if there's like a certain amount of days usage or something. I don't know. If not, then I would just say we keep it the same for everybody.
I would just add that the Peak is not going to be looking at the private parking lots. We have a process for that already. That would be the site plan review, just the same as we do have a very formal, we have an ordinance for sidewalk dining. It's the on street that we don't have any formal process for.
So the question I'd have for you then is that, I guess then our program that's in place right now on the 15th and is that all outdoor dining that was permitted through this process will then be will stop, including those on private property.
That's correct. If they were approved under this no fee COVID-19 temporary outdoor dining process, yes. But all of those sidewalk dining, like for example, Ben A is under a permit. There was actually a permit previously approved for Centro.
Mhm.
But Dana will be able to, and we've chatted. He's going to apply for permanent dining on the sidewalk through that process.
All right. Yeah, Karen.
Just to clarify again with Pierre, but businesses could do a special use permit and kind of treat the rest of this year like an event for dining outside if they wanted to. Is that correct? And they had the parking spaces?
You mean on street?
No, private parking lots.
Private parking lot would be typically you're looking at either a revision to an existing, or they would come in with a site plan review.
Okay.
It would typically go to the planning commission.
Unless you want to extend what we currently have only for private parking lots, you could do that.
The no fee process we
Correct.
currently have in place, yes.
Right.
I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, I agree with Patty in that that there is I think there's a fairness to it, and there's also they're going to have 100% capacity now, and so they would go back to their their former plan. And if they want to do a permanent outdoor dining, I think it's appropriate to look at it, because parking lots are going to fill up. There'll be spillovers. There'll be issues with that. Businesses back and busy, and so there's no lack of people.
And there is a channel available if they want to go that route with a permanent outdoor dining.
Yeah.
Which they may want to look into that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no action right now would just keep us where we're at, and we can table this issue. All right. So without any further discussion, if I don't hear a motion, I'll go ahead and table this issue, and we'll move on. All right. I want to thank everybody for their participation and consideration for this. I know that it was weighing heavy on some people, and some people are looking for an additional time here, but I think it's ran its course, and I do appreciate how the community has showed up. Even last year, National Night Out was dedicated to going to restaurants and getting to-go meals. That was a major impact for restaurants that night, and it made a difference, and it continued to. So it just gave people more reasons to go out. There was a lot of support for the restaurants, and I want to extend my appreciation to our community for supporting all of the businesses in this town, because really we did fairly well. If you look at our numbers and our tax revenue, we did okay, and we survived this. Most of us did, and it's because of our community and their support. And I can't be more appreciative of that when they stayed home and they shopped home. So thank you with that. I didn't hear a motion, so we're going to table this issue, and we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 13, council reports from other agencies. El Dorado County Transit Authority.
We adopted the operating CIP budget for this coming year. We updated and renewed a contract with Executive Director Matt Mock. And then just some announcements from Transit. There's this Student Summer Go Pass, which is available to all students of all ages, middle school, high school, college. It's $5 to ride public transit for the whole summer. Unlimited riding, and you just go into the office and you get a pass. So I want to encourage kids out there to do that. And then we're also starting a daily route to South Lake Tahoe, and it will go from Sacramento to South Lake Tahoe, which is very exciting. It's going to stop in Placerville, and that is slated to start on the 5th of July. And just a reminder that there's no transit service on the 4th of July for the holiday.
All right, thank you. El Dorado County Transportation Commission.
So
go ahead.
We had a lively discussion on how to program some coronavirus response and relief funds between the city and county projects. And in summary, the city will be using our entire allocation on the Highway 50 proof of concept study this fall, which will turn all the lights to green on 2 weekends. This is a project of regional significance, and I think I can speak for all of us at the city that we are looking forward to our partners stepping up to the plate as this project moves forward past this pilot project for some long-term solutions when it comes to funding. And that's all I have for Transportation Commission.
Yeah. I'm going to add just a little bit to that because you pretty much nailed it. This is called CRISA money, and it's different than STIP money, or in that it's a one-time funding source to the county, and there was an allocation that was negotiated between the city and the county to figure out where the funding goes, and you had to identify the projects that would be funded, and so the city allocated the funding to they negotiated that the city would allocate the funding to the Trip to Green project, and all of our money is going to a regional program, and as Vice Mayor Taylor alluded to, we are spending all of our money on a problem that is not ours. I'm sorry, we're spending all of our money on a problem we did not create. It is our problem. And this is a mantra that I'm going to continue on with. And in hopes in how you discuss it, we get to build regional partners, and they are all talking. South Lake Tahoe chimed in and said they're interested in having conversations because they are a part of this regional issue. And so they have chimed in and said they want to participate. And I've had conversations with the people in Apple Hill, and they understand the impacts that they have on the city. And so all these are going to come to some point in the future. And we just want to continue to build those relationships and continue to share the information that is required to gain understanding of how this is a regional problem and requires a regional solution. So thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. And going on to LAFCO.
A lot going on in LAFCO. We adopted our final budget.
Okay.
Sorry, it's not that exciting right now, you guys.
LAFCO could either be watching paint dry or it could be going 100 miles an hour.
Well, they're very, very long conversations to get there, but
yes. Yeah.
Bottom line.
All right. Our meetings next week for SACOG, but we did have our policy and innovation committee meeting. We really got an update. The main thing was really an update on our advocacy roles, both at the state and federal level. There is a pot of about $525 million for the SCS MTP portions of what SACOG has to do for our regional planning. That's in the state budget. We're trying to get 100 million of that money, but I think we'll get at least 30 million of it. And we're trying to get more sort of beyond sort of the proportional amount that are allotted. And then we brought on federal lobbyists to work on the ARPA funds as they come forward, and also in anticipation of infrastructure dollars. And so it's really a really good sort of a small lobbying firm that has a ton of transportation experience in DC. And so they're going to be really our main conduit to try to get those funds. As we all know nowadays, if you don't have somebody advocating for you at that level, it's very difficult to get the funds in, even though it's, quote unquote, our money from, taxpayer money. But having that person to navigate those discussions and make sure that the Sacramento region isn't left behind to San Francisco or the Bay Area into Los Angeles. So that was sort of the big part for SACOG. And then Pioneer, we meet next week, I believe.
Michael?
Yes.
Just a real quick question. You were mentioning the that group. Is David Church, is he somehow in contact with them, or
I'm not
is
sure.
that allowed? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's doing like our EDCTC stuff. I think the county as well. You know, we can certainly look at that to see where there could be places where, you know, we could advocate together on things. And I know some of the individuals, like the bigger cities such as Sacramento, and I think West Sacramento have lobbyists as well, where, you know, we try to coordinate those things. So we definitely should do that with Church as well. When
Yeah.
issues that, you know, whether it's EDCTC, the county, and the region as a whole for SACOG.
Right, right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, and Pioneer Community Energy Board of Directors.
Next week.
Yep, all right. And that's it for item number 13. I am going to
No,
break.
you missed me. You missed Placerville Fire Safe Council.
Oh, you know what? That's on the next page.
I
You're
just
right.
have to put in a plug, and we've
Right on
talked
the
about
top
it.
on the next, my apologies.
It's on the next page. That's okay.
Yep.
We've pretty much covered, you know, just at the budget level of, you know, how we really do need funding. We lost a board member, Bob Patton, who has just contributed an awful lot to the group. He's going, I understand he's, I think, moving, but we also gained Mark Acuna and another gentleman who's quite knowledgeable. So we've got a lot of great members on there, and I appreciate the city working with them, because we really need to establish them and their merits for the city. They're working real hard to try to get the word out. So, and we need more members. That was certainly indicative. Folks that, you know, if they can contribute no matter what, their knowledge, or they're wanting to help or whatever, but we do need more members to help these folks. So.
All right, Patty, thank you very much. I am going to break tradition and protocol right now, and we do have a few hands up for this. It's not something that we'll do on a regular basis. However, I know we touched on a few important subjects here in our comments, and so if Ms. O'Connell, if you could help me out, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment for just a brief moment here. If you can keep your comments to 1 minute, I would appreciate that. We're getting close to the end here and ready to get going. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll open, or public comment is now open for the council reports from other agencies. We'll start with caller 857. Go ahead.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Yes, we're here.
Hey, I want a really plain explanation of what trip to green means. I've heard you guys discussing it, and I'm contemplating what it's going to mean. I'm anticipating the impacts. So if somebody could tell me in plain language what you are going to do. Is it going to be on the weekend? The freeway is 100% through traffic. All the side streets are stopped. We have to figure out what to do. If somebody could please explain it in plain language, what the impacts are. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, Trip to Green, that's the name of it. I'm curious about how much money you're talking about that the city is going to be using toward that, and what else could that money have been spent on? And I agree that even though it's at the Transportation Commission, there needs to be a report on the city's meeting just to update people. I mean, I know that there's a consultant that you're working with, but we're the ones that are going to be affected the most by it. The items that you talk about now really could be things at the beginning, because they're always so important, the things that you talk about at the end of the meeting. And then the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, as far as I know, they serve Placerville too. Their chipping program is available to people that live in Placerville, and their senior defensible space program, people in the city of Placerville, low income that can't do the work could apply for it when it has funding. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate you all keeping that down to 1 minute. So I'm going to take a stab at this and then let our city engineer kind of fill in the gaps there a little bit. The trip to green, we don't know the final days, the final times, the final whether it's going to be an all weekend, a bookend on the weekends yet. That's still to be determined. We do know it's going to be after September 15th. It's going to be on a weekend, and the idea is to allow the traffic to flow through Placerville with green lights for an extended period of time. And there's been discussion that it could go all the way from Friday afternoon to Sunday night, or it could be at different times broken up over the weekend. I'm sure Rebecca will fill in that gap a little bit, but the idea is to determine whether we will have this, whether it's valuable to our local community to run the lights all the way green and do it on a continuous basis. And it also give us some insight into what it would look like to do a flyover bridge. Now, the budget, unfortunately, is, it is what it is, and it was agreed upon and it was negotiated and discussed at the Transportation Commission EDCTC meeting, and it was approved unanimously with our city representatives there as well. So we agree with the final outcome, and we're doing our part to make this work and to invest in this solution, potential solution. I'm going to turn the rest over to, if you can unbutcher that and see, add to it.
Mayor, you did great.
Thank you.
So we do have a little bit more information that's come to surface since the EDCTC meeting. Yeah, so we actually had our initial kickoff with our public outreach consultant just yesterday, actually. So right now we're looking at the third weekends of September and October, which I referred to earlier in a budget presentation as the 10th weekends, right? So you've got September 17th through September 19th, and then you've got October 15th through October 17th. Now, what is tentatively planned, and again, we're going through planning iterations with Caltrans, emergency response, and a few other entities too, as we're considering how we're going to deliver this project, is we're looking at starting initial setup on Friday at 4 a.m. We would run, as the name kind of lends itself, we would trip all the signals to green from Friday morning to Sunday evening of those 2 weekends. And the intent is to, this project keeps being referred to as a pilot project, but the terminology, the technical terminology is called a proof of concept. And the proof of the concept is the concept of, what if we didn't have signals on Highway 50? What if it, so it's simulating either a flyover condition or some other alternate bypass route. So what we're looking at doing is we are working through the details of the intersection setup, not only with emergency response, but also with traffic management. And we're going to be hiring a traffic management consultant. We do recognize the importance of this regional project. We do have county partners involved in the form of El Dorado County Transportation Commission, and the funding source that was made available to them through the CRISA funds. We discussed about how this would be implemented, and we agreed that it was a good use of the $271,000 of the CRISA funds to fund this implementation or this proof of concept. That's money that literally fell out of the sky. It's not, we didn't have any intention for it prior to getting to that fund. And had we not received that CRISA funding, we would have had to find funding from another funding source, either through urban STBGP funds or some other funding source, outside the city's typical funding sources. So then the other question was, how are we going to, or what could we have used that other money for? Well, again, I really want to go back to the fact that we never counted on getting that money to begin with. Now, could we have used it on other projects? Yes. But finding an outside funding source to cover the proof of concept project would have also been a challenge, and it would have taken away from something else as well. Did that clarify some of the information? Anything else?
I'm glad we're moving forward on that.
Yes.
I'm not thrilled to hear it's going to encompass a Friday, regular day for our community. We do have $70,000 allocated to public outreach and education and notification with all sorts of signage that could start all the way. I don't know if they're going to the Bay Area or not. I've heard all sorts of different comments on that.
Yeah, the public outreach effort's actually going to also include the Central Valley and areas north of us as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, Karen.
Just to add a little bit to this, I know for people that live on the side streets that are often used when the Highway 50 is backed up, this might sound like a very alarming, kind of scary thing. But the reality of the situation is that on Apple Hill weekends, most people in Placerville do not leave their house. Or if they do, it is a slow, painful process. And if there was a fire or an emergency, the log jam of traffic that is the current state would be a tremendous danger and hazard to our city. So this is an attempt to solve a problem that affects everybody in the city every single year for a longer and longer period of time. So it might be kind of a rough weekend. There may be some bumps along the way. This is a proof of concept, but it's really important for the city. It's a really important step for solving this traffic problem that is just, it just paralyzes the community during a fire season. So I hope that, I hope that the community will really rally behind this and will help us make this a success so that we can really study it and try to take steps to solve this problem.
Yeah, and Vice Mayor Taylor makes a great point. When we do these kinds of efforts, it's not just with one thing in mind. We try to, really be efficient in how we deal with these opportunities, because that's what they really are. One point that Vice Mayor Taylor made that I want to reiterate is, I've mentioned we met with with our emergency response folks, so CHP, PD, and fire, and they had phenomenal input. When we're considering doing this project, it's not just for how do we fix congestion in Placerville. It has a secondary opportunity, and that is, what if we had to do a mass evacuation of the county east of us? And what does that look like? What kind of effort does it? And how can we pull that off? Because if we end up in a situation with our failing PG&E infrastructure, and we're not too dissimilar in terrain and vegetation as Paradise was. And so if we end up in a situation where we need to figure out how to get folks out and get emergency folks in, this is an opportunity for us to find an efficient way to do that.
That is excellent comment, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Vice Mayor Taylor, because I lost my mind. I was focused on other things, and that I recall now sitting in a gridlock during a red flag day with electricity out, wondering what the heck we're going to do, and this certainly would have helped clear traffic through town. Patty.
So Rebecca, do you mean that perhaps by doing this program, that then if, say, there was an emergency, that this could be put into action for such emergency? Is that what you're
Yes.
Okay.
So right now, the tentative plan, we have a game plan on what intersections we would leave open, which I might want to add is right in, right out movement of almost all the intersections. The only one that really gets closed is Canal Street.
Right.
So we still allow right in, right out at Center Street, which, as you guys are aware, if anybody's ever spent more than 10 minutes at City Hall, you see Station 25 trucks coming out of there and the medic coming out of there all the time. We are leaving Bedford as a right in, right out because that's the primary route to get to Marshall. We're also doing the same for Spring Street because it is Highway 49. So, but what we've done as far as looking at the impacts at the intersections is how we would stage For example, CHP cruisers at each intersection on each side that would basically help set up the soft closure. That's what that really is the soft closure. You still allow emergency vehicle access through the intersection. The Opticom still works for the signals when it's tripped to green. It doesn't matter. That part of it never turns off, which is nice. And we only recently learned that too. We went through kind of a big iteration with Caltrans traffic ops, and we found that out. So that was great news. But yeah, so I mean, if we got, if something happened and we had to flip all the lights to green, it's basically moving in, the vehicles in place, putting in some signage and just flipping them and just getting people to go through.
So while the lights are while this program is going on, the green, if the fire truck needed to cross on Spring Street or Canal, would they still be able to use their mechanism then? Would that stop the green, or are they going to find new routes to get across the freeway?
Yeah, no, so that's the Opticom. It will actually trip the signal then back to red in that east-west direction that will allow the emergency vehicle to go through. Again, those cruisers would be manned. And so the cruiser would get out of the way so the fire truck could go, because that was actually something that Chief Cordero brought up and was very good and articulate and kind of expressing how they get where they go, on the north side of town, on the south side of town, how the medic moves around town, how they go to the east side of the city. So he did a great job of helping us figure out those trickier points in the intersection movements that would still allow full emergency vehicle access.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. There's going to be a whole lot more discussion on this. I think we're going to have a whole lot more opportunity to have materials and programs that will help educate the public and us. And I'd look forward to an agendized item at some point in the future. I don't know that it needs to be our next meeting at all, but probably the first meeting in August would seem appropriate. And I don't know. I'm sure the educational process would have their own timeline that they're going to work off of as well. So with that, I'm going to move on to requests for future agenda items. And we had, is there anybody has any future agenda? Yes, Jackie.
Well, it's not necessarily a future agenda item. I'm just wondering where's the appropriate place to talk about when we're going to go back to in-person meetings. Seems like a lot of the commissions and committees are having that. I understand our Park and Rec and our Planning Commission are all going back. And what are we doing?
I'm glad you brought that up because that was on my mind earlier in the meeting and I lost it. So Cleve's here. I'll let Cleve talk to it because I know where I want to go, but I'll let Cleve speak first.
So yeah, I was going to bring it up under the next item, but this works here if you'd like me to talk about it under city manager reports. But yes, my suggestion is our next meeting is after the July 15th meeting. I do believe we are then allowed to go to live meetings, and that's my recommendation that we do that. From what I've heard.
Can I correct you real quick? I want to get a correction. You said July 15th meeting. You mean the
excuse me, the June 15th opening. So our June 22nd meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Got the wrong month. So it's my recommendation that we go to live meetings starting at our next meeting, June 22nd. We're still working on some guidelines that Cal OSHA recently, well, they haven't been adopted yet. They've been adopted, but they haven't been formally put into practice. They need to go through another process, but they should be finalized in the next few days is what I'm hearing. So there's still maybe restrictions that we will have to implement, but we will be allowed to go to a live meeting. So unless the council has objections to that, is my understanding that we would go to live meetings beginning on our next meeting, June 22nd.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Not that you need to plan anything around my schedule, but I'm going to be out of town for the July meeting. So I would love it. I would love not to have to miss a meeting because I like being at the meeting. So my preference would to start the first one of August, but like I said, you don't have to make special arrangements for me if you don't want to.
All right. Any other comments on that? All right, well, thank you. I wish I could help you not miss a meeting. But I personally do look forward to, going back to in-person meetings and I think it's good for our community as soon as possible. All right, okay.
You
Any
mean
other,
to start getting dressed again?
still from the waist up, Patty?
And we have to put our shoes on?
Yeah. Yes. All right. Any other future agenda, future agenda items? All right. See no hands up. We're gonna go ahead and receive and file the police reports. Does anybody have any questions after you reviewed it on the police or fire reports that have been provided to the council? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Chief Cordero and Chief Wren for providing your reports and giving us information on the activities in our community. And with that, well, I kind of mixed that last part up, didn't I? But we're going to go to number 17 and adjourn the meeting at 9:19. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out here with us, and I hope you have a good evening.